Hello, and welcome to Easy Drift Sleep. To support our quiet corner of calm, please consider liking this story and subscribing for future peaceful escapes. Imagine a time long ago when the world was quieter and the moon cast long shadows over ancient lands. Our journey begins with the gentle creak of a drawbridge slowly lowering, inviting us into a castle's embrace. This heavy timber gate, a marvel of medieval engineering, would have been raised each night, securing the castle in slumber, a formidable barrier against the unknown world beyond its walls. The mechanism for raising this drawbridge, often a complex system of chains and counterweights, would be carefully secured for the night, its massive timbers settling into their nightly repose. These drawbridge chains, once taut with the day's activity, would now hang slack and still, glinting faintly in the moonlight, having completed their vital task of securing the entrance. Beyond the drawbridge, the portcullis, a heavy grating made of wood or iron, would descend with a soft, muffled thud, adding another formidable layer of quiet security to the castle's entrance. This vertical gate, often mistaken for the drawbridge itself, would slide down grooves in the gatehouse walls, its iron teeth settling into the ground, sealing the castle for the night. The castle's gatehouse, a sentinel structure, the very first line of defense, would have its inner doors softly barred, ensuring no unwelcome disturbances during the long hours of darkness. Once a bustling point of entry, this gatehouse would now become a silent, formidable barrier, its heavy doors a symbol of the castle's nightly slumber. Surrounding the castle, the moats, while primarily defensive, also served as tranquil reflecting pools for the moon and stars on still nights, creating a serene and shimmering boundary. These castle moats, often filled with still water, would reflect the ethereal moonlight, acting as a tranquil, watery guardian around the sleeping fortress. The heavy wooden doors of the castle, reinforced with iron bands and massive bolts, would be barred, sealing off the day's activities and creating a profound sense of impenetrable peace within the castle's stone heart. The castle's inner gates, positioned strategically beyond the drawbridge and portcullis, would be softly closed, adding to the castle's layered tranquility and reinforcing its nightly protection. The castle's main entrance, once a focal point of activity, the arrival of merchants, the departure of knights, the daily comings and goings of its inhabitants, would now be a silent, formidable barrier, guarding the slumbering inhabitants within its ancient walls. The castle's outer bailey, which during the day would have been a hive of activity with stables, workshops, and various outbuildings, would now settle into a hushed stillness. Only the distant hoot of an owl or the soft rustle of leaves in the gentle night breeze might break the profound calm that descended upon this expansive space under the watchful stars. Massive and imposing, the curtain walls, the high, thick stone walls enclosing the inner bailey, absorbed the day's sounds, leaving the inner courtyard remarkably peaceful at dusk. These formidable structures, built of enduring stone, would seem to breathe slowly with the rhythm of the night, standing as silent, ancient sentinels. The castle's outer defenses, such as barbicans, fortified outworks guarding the gate, would stand like silent sentinels under the vast, star-studded night sky, their stone forms dark and unmoving. The castle's flag, which flew proudly by day, its colors snapping in the wind, would now be lowered or hang limp against its mast, a quiet symbol of the day's end, barely stirring in the gentle night breeze. As the castle's exterior settled into its nightly vigil, a different kind of quiet descended upon its interior. Candlelit halls provided a warm, flickering glow, chasing away the deepest shadows of the night. The gentle dance of candlelight on ancient stone walls created a serene and peaceful atmosphere, softening the harsh edges of the medieval world. Candles, meticulously placed in sconces along the walls or on sturdy tables, would slowly burn down, their flames shrinking to gentle points of light, casting long, dancing shadows that created a dreamlike quality in the castle's passages. The soft glow of a single candle might have been the last light seen by a knight or a lady before they retreated into their chambers for sleep, a timeless symbol of peace and contemplation. These candles, made from tallow or beeswax, provided a soft, warm light, a stark contrast to the harsh, bright illumination of modern times. Candlelit halls guided the way through the castle's labyrinthine corridors to peaceful chambers, where dreams would unfold. Servants, moving with quiet efficiency, would softly douse torches along the corridors, leaving only essential nightlights, perhaps a small oil lamp, or a single, carefully placed candle, or the moon's pale illumination to guide those few who might still be awake. Candle snuffers, often elegant tools made of metal, would be used to extinguish the last flames, plunging rooms into peaceful darkness, leaving only the lingering, subtle scent of wax in the air. Imagine the comforting aroma of beeswax and wood smoke lingering softly in the air of the great hall, a scent that spoke of warmth and companionship. The great hall, once bustling with the day's activities, meals, council meetings, and social gatherings, would now be quiet, its massive fireplace embers glowing a soft, comforting orange. The warmth radiating from the dying fire was a comforting presence in the vast space, a memory of the day's conviviality. The great hall's hearth, after the last embers died, would radiate a gentle, lingering warmth, a subtle heat absorbed by the surrounding stone. Fires in the hearths throughout the castle would be banked low, casting a sleepy, orange glow that pulsed softly through the chambers, a silent promise of warmth through the night. The banqueting hall, where lively feasts and celebrations once took place, would now be swept clean and silent, awaiting the morning's light and the renewal of daily life. Imagine the heavy tapestries on the walls, absorbing sound and adding a layer of quiet comfort to the stone chambers. These woolen tapestries, depicting grand scenes of hunting, battles, or mythological tales, were not merely decorative. They were hung to insulate against the cold, helping to muffle sounds and retain warmth, thus contributing to a cozy quiet. If stirred by a faint draft, would be the only sound in some chambers, a soft whisper against the stone, their colors muted in the dim light. The stone floors, cool during the day, would retain a subtle warmth from the day's sun, or the heat radiating from the hearth fires. The castle's well-worn flagstones, trodden by countless feet throughout the day, would absorb the day's energy, becoming cool and quiet underfoot at night. The castle's courtyards, paved with cobblestones, would be silent, their surfaces cool under the moonlight, reflecting the pale glow. The gentle rustle of rushes or straw on the floor, often changed weekly for hygiene and comfort, would accompany the soft padding of bare feet in the quiet hours, a subtle sound swallowed by the thick stone walls. Imagine the soft scent of old wood and stone, a comforting aroma that permeated the castle's quiet chambers, a smell unique to ancient structures. The faint scent of herbs, used for medicinal purposes and to deter pests, would subtly perfume the air in certain chambers, especially those of the lord and lady. The scent of lavender or dried herbs, placed in linen chests or hung in sachets, would subtly perfume the sleeping chambers, believed to aid restful sleep. The castle's herb garden, if present, its plants sleeping under the night sky, would release subtle, calming scents into the night air. These gardens, if any, would be still and fragrant under the moon, their blooms closed for the night, awaiting the morning dew. The castle's resident bard, if present, who entertained with tales and songs during the day, would have put away their lute, leaving only the memory of their soft melodies lingering in the great hall. The castle's resident minstrels, who provided entertainment and music for the inhabitants, would have put away their lutes and harps, their vibrant melodies replaced by a profound and enveloping silence. The castle's entire structure, built of enduring stone, would seem to breathe slowly with the rhythm of the night, a silent ancient sentinel, its massive form a guardian over the slumbering inhabitants. The sounds of the day, the clatter of armor, the shouts of guards, the laughter from the hall, the hammering of the blacksmith, all would have faded into the past. Now, only the gentle whisper of the wind through the battlements, the distant call of a night bird, or the soft creak of ancient timbers settling could be heard. The castle, a microcosm of life, now entered its nightly phase of rest, its defenses secured, its hearths glowing low, and its inhabitants preparing for the quiet hours of sleep. The great hall, once filled with the echoes of conversation and the warmth of a roaring fire, now held only the lingering scent of wood smoke and the gentle hum of silence. The shadows, once dancing with the light of 1,000 candles, now stretched long and still across the ancient stones, inviting a deeper sense of tranquility. The castle's watchmen, if any, would move silently along the ramparts, their footsteps muffled by the thick stone, their gaze sweeping the moonlit landscape. Their presence was a quiet reassurance, a final layer of protection for the sleeping community within. The vastness of the night sky, visible through arrow slits and open windows, brought a sense of perspective to the castle dwellers, reminding them of the world beyond their walls, now temporarily held at bay by stone and vigilance. The very air within the castle seemed to grow heavier, imbued with the stillness of the night, a palpable sense of peace settling over every stone and beam. The castle's stores, filled with provisions for the coming days, lay silent in their cool, dark chambers, their contents undisturbed. The stables, where horses had been groomed and fed throughout the day, now held only the soft breathing of the animals, a rhythmic sound of contentment. The castle's kitchens, once a hive of activity with the preparation of meals, would be clean and quiet, the fires extinguished, awaiting the first light of dawn to rekindle their warmth. Every corner of the castle, from the highest tower to the deepest dungeon, now participated in this collective descent into slumber, a nightly ritual that had unfolded for centuries. The individual chambers, where lords and ladies, knights and squires, servants and children slept, were enveloped in this profound quiet. The thick stone walls, designed for defense, also provided an unparalleled insulation against the outside world, creating havens of peace. The heavy wooden doors to these private rooms, often secured with simple latches or bolts, offered a sense of privacy and security, allowing the occupants to truly rest. The absence of artificial light meant that the rhythms of life were closely tied to the sun and moon, encouraging a natural winding down as darkness fell. The castle, in its entirety, was not merely a collection of buildings, but a living entity, breathing and resting with its inhabitants. Its stone heart beat slowly, steadily, through the long hours of the night. The stories held within its walls, the echoes of countless lives lived, now lay dormant, waiting for the return of daylight to stir them once more. The air itself seemed to carry a gentle hush, a soft lullaby whispered by the ancient stones. The moon, a silent guardian, cast its soft silver light over the battlements and courtyards, illuminating the castle in a dreamlike glow, a beacon of peace in the quiet landscape. The great clock, if the castle possessed one, would tick with a slow, deliberate rhythm, marking the passage of time in the profound silence. Each tick a gentle reminder of the world turning, of the night deepening, of the castle settling further into its peaceful slumber. The castle, a testament to endurance and strength, now presented its softer, quieter aspect, inviting all within its embrace to find their own measure of rest. The very foundation of the castle, rooted deep in the earth, seemed to draw peace from the ground, transmitting it upwards through its massive walls and into every chamber. The castle's gardens, if present, would be still and fragrant under the moon, their blooms closed for the night, their leaves glistening with dew. The gentle rustle of leaves in a distant tree, a sound that might go unnoticed during the day, now became a soft, rhythmic whisper, a natural lullaby. The castle's entire structure, built of enduring stone, would seem to breathe slowly with the rhythm of the night, a silent, ancient sentinel, its massive form a guardian over the slumbering inhabitants. The air within the castle grew still and cool, carrying the faint, earthy scent of stone and time. The world outside the castle walls faded into a distant memory, replaced by the immediate, comforting presence of the sleeping fortress. The castle, now fully secured and hushed, was ready for the long hours of night, a sanctuary of peace and quiet, inviting a deep and tranquil rest. The castle, now fully secured and hushed, was ready for the long hours of night, a sanctuary of peace and quiet. The deep quiet of the castle at night was a profound experience, a world away from the bustling activity of its daytime hours. During daylight, the courtyards echoed with the clatter of blacksmiths, the shouts of guards, the chatter of servants, and the distant bleating of livestock. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the western sky in hues of deep orange and purple, a different rhythm began to assert itself. The great gates, often left ajar during the day for the flow of traffic, were now firmly closed, their massive timbers groaning softly as they settled into their frames. The portcullis, a formidable barrier of iron-shod wood, descended with a slow, deliberate creak, its heavy spikes embedding themselves into the earth, sealing off the entrance. This act of closure was not merely a physical one. It was a ritual, a declaration that the castle was now a self-contained world, safe from the unknown perils of the encroaching darkness. The transition from day to night within a medieval castle was a meticulously orchestrated affair, reflecting the constant need for vigilance and security. As dusk approached, the watchmen would take their positions on the battlements, their figures silhouetted against the fading light. Their duty was paramount, for the night was often the time of greatest danger, when attackers might attempt to approach under the cover of darkness. These watchmen, or sentinels, were equipped with horns to sound alarms, and often carried lanterns to pierce the gloom, though their primary reliance was on their keen eyesight and hearing. Their patrols would continue throughout the night, their footsteps, a faint, rhythmic presence along the wall walks, a reassuring sound for those within. Inside the castle walls, the last embers of the day's fires were banked, save for those needed for warmth or for the preparation of a final, simple meal. The Great Hall, once a vibrant hub of activity, with its long tables and roaring hearth, would gradually empty. Servants would clear away the remnants of supper, extinguishing the flickering rushlights and tallow candles that had illuminated the space. The air, once thick with the scent of roasted meats and wood smoke, would grow cooler and thinner, carrying only the faint, lingering aromas of the day. The vast stone walls, which had absorbed the day's warmth, now began to radiate a gentle coolness, a constant, palpable presence. The architecture of the castle itself contributed to this sense of nocturnal tranquility. The thick stone walls, often several meters deep, were not merely defensive structures. They were also exceptional insulators, muffling the sounds of the outside world and maintaining a relatively stable temperature within. The small, deeply recessed windows, designed for defense rather than illumination, allowed only slivers of moonlight to penetrate, creating long, dancing shadows that played across the uneven surfaces of the stone. These shadows, far from being menacing, often lent a sense of depth and mystery to the familiar surroundings, transforming them into something subtly different under the moon's soft glow. The very structure of the castle, with its concentric rings of defense, created layers of quietude. Beyond the outer bailey, with its stables and workshops, lay the inner bailey, where the residential buildings were situated. Each successive layer offered greater protection and consequently greater peace. The keep, the central and most heavily fortified tower, was the ultimate sanctuary, its thick walls and elevated position providing the deepest refuge. It was here that the Lord and his family, along with their most trusted retainers, would retire for the night. Their chambers often located on the upper floors, far removed from the ground-level bustle. In a castle at night was multifaceted. It was a physical descent into the deeper, more secure parts of the fortress, away from the exposed battlements and outer walls. It was also a metaphorical descent into a state of quiet contemplation, a turning inward as the world outside grew dark and silent. The sounds that did penetrate the castle's defenses were often those of nature: the hoot of an owl from a nearby forest, a rustling of leaves in the wind, the distant cry of a nocturnal animal. These sounds, rather than disturbing the peace, often served to underscore the castle's protective embrace, highlighting the contrast between the wildness outside and the safety within. The castle's defenses were not solely about physical barriers. They also encompassed a sophisticated system of vigilance and communication. During the night, guards would periodically call out to each other from their posts, a practice known as crying the watch. These calls, often simple questions or affirmations, served to confirm that each sentinel was awake and alert, and that no unusual activity had been detected. The sound of these calls, echoing through the quiet night air, was a regular, reassuring cadence, a sonic thread that wove through the darkness, connecting the various parts of the castle's perimeter. The interior spaces of the castle, once bustling with life, now took on a different character. The Great Hall, with its high ceilings and massive timbers, became a cavernous, echoing space, its emptiness palpable. The private chambers, though smaller and more intimate, were still imbued with a sense of ancient history, their stone walls having witnessed countless nights of sleep and dreams. The furnishings, often simple and functional, included heavy wooden beds draped with wool or linen, chests for storage, and perhaps a small table or chair. Comfort, by modern standards, was rudimentary, but the security and warmth offered by the castle walls were luxuries in themselves. The lighting within these private chambers was minimal. A single candle, perhaps made of beeswax for the lord or lady, or tallow for servants, would cast a soft, flickering glow, creating dancing shadows that softened the harshness of the stone. The light was just enough to navigate the room, to prepare for sleep, or to read a precious manuscript by, but it was never bright enough to dispel the pervasive sense of night. The darkness was an integral part of the experience, inviting introspection and rest. The very air within the castle at night seemed to change. It grew heavier, cooler, imbued with the scent of damp stone, old wood, and the faint, lingering aroma of hearth smoke. This unique olfactory signature was as much a part of the castle's nocturnal identity as its visual and auditory cues. It was a scent that spoke of age, of permanence, of countless generations who had slept within these same walls. The coolness of the air, especially in the deeper chambers, was often a welcome respite after a warm day, encouraging a deeper sense of repose. The deep quiet of the castle was not an absolute silence. It was a quiet punctuated by the subtle sounds of the building itself. The settling of timbers, the faint creak of a door in a distant corridor, the whisper of wind through a narrow arrow slit. These were the castle's own nocturnal murmurs, its ancient breath. These sounds, far from being disruptive, often served as a lullaby, a gentle reminder of the castle's enduring presence, its steadfast protection. They were the sounds of a living, breathing structure, a home that whispered back to those who lay within its embrace, one that had stood for centuries, weathering storms and sieges, and now offered a haven of peace. The concept of a castle as a sanctuary for sleep was deeply ingrained in medieval life. In a world fraught with uncertainty, where dangers lurked beyond every forest and along every road, the castle represented a bastion of safety. Within its walls, one could truly rest, knowing that formidable defenses stood between them and the outside world. This psychological security was as important as the physical protection offered by the stone and iron. It allowed for a quality of sleep that was often elusive in less protected environments. The history of castles, stretching back to moat and bailey constructions of the 11th century, consistently emphasized this dual role of defense and dwelling. Early castles, often hastily constructed, provided immediate protection. As designs evolved, becoming more sophisticated with concentric walls, formidable keeps, and complex gatehouses, the emphasis on comfort and domesticity also grew. Yet, even in the most elaborate later castles, the fundamental purpose of security remained paramount, especially during the hours of darkness. Consider the evolution of castle design and its impact on the nocturnal experience. The early moat and bailey castles, with their wooden palisades and simple towers, offered a more rustic form of shelter. The sounds of the night would have been more immediate, the protection less absolute. As these structures gave way to stone keeps like those seen at Rochester or Dover, the thickness of the walls dramatically increased the sense of enclosure and quiet. The keep, often the earliest stone structure, was a self-contained fortress within a fortress, designed to withstand prolonged siege. Its upper floors, reached by winding staircases, were the most secluded, offering the deepest quiet. The development of concentric castles, such as Caerphilly or Beaumaris, further refined this layering of security and quiet. With multiple rings of walls, each with its own towers and gatehouses, the journey to the central keep became a winding, labyrinthine path. This architectural complexity meant that any sound from the outside world had to traverse multiple barriers, becoming increasingly muffled with each successive layer. The inner wards of these castles would have been remarkably peaceful at night, the sounds of the outer world reduced to distant echoes. The purpose of these architectural innovations was not solely military. It also created a progressively more tranquil environment for those within. The deeper one moved into the castle, the greater the sense of removal from external threats and disturbances. This physical progression mirrored a psychological one, leading to a state of heightened security and consequently a more profound sense of rest. The people who inhabited these castles at night were a diverse group. The lord and lady, their children, knights, squires, household servants, cooks, laundresses, and even prisoners in the dungeon all shared the castle's nocturnal embrace, albeit in different capacities. Each had their designated sleeping quarters, from the lord's private chamber to the communal sleeping arrangements of the servants in the Great Hall or barracks. Regardless of their status, all relied on the castle's defenses to provide a safe haven for the night. The ritual of locking down the castle for the night was a communal effort. The Portcullis, a massive gridded gate, was a crucial element. Its descent was a powerful visual and auditory signal that the castle was sealed. Often made of heavy timber reinforced with iron, its spikes would plunge into the ground or into specially designed slots, creating an impassable barrier. The mechanism for raising and lowering it involved chains or ropes wound around a massive winch, operated by several men. The slow, grinding sound of this process, a testament to its immense weight, was a nightly reminder of the castle's formidable strength. Beyond the portcullis, the main gate itself was a marvel of medieval engineering. It consisted of two massive wooden doors, often reinforced with iron bands and studded with nails, making them resistant to battering rams and fire. These doors would be secured with heavy iron bars, often sliding into deep sockets in the stone walls, and sometimes augmented with additional chains and locks. The act of securing these gates was a deliberate, weighty process, each thud and clang echoing through the gatehouse, signifying the final sealing of the castle. The gatehouse itself was a fortified structure, often with its own towers, murder holes, and arrow slits, designed to be a choke point for any attacker. Even after the main gates were closed, a small postern gate, a smaller, less conspicuous entrance, might be used for late arrivals or urgent departures. But it too would be secured with equal rigor. The closing of these gates was not a swift, silent action. It was a symphony of heavy wood, grinding iron, and the purposeful movements of guards, all contributing to the sense of impenetrable security. The drawbridge, another iconic feature of many castles, played its part in this nocturnal sealing. Raised by chains or ropes, often operated from within the gatehouse, it would lift to create a vertical barrier, leaving a wide, impassable ditch or moat between the castle and the outside world. The creak of the chains, the slow ascent of the heavy wooden platform, and the final thud as it settled into its upright position were all sounds that marked the transition to a state of heightened defense. The moat, often filled with water, provided an additional layer of protection, making any approach stealthy and difficult. The very air within the castle at night, once the day's activities had ceased, seemed to hold a different quality. It was often cooler, heavier, carrying the faint, earthy scent of stone and damp earth. This unique aroma was a constant companion, a subtle reminder of the castle's ancient origins and its enduring presence. The thick stone walls, which had absorbed the day's warmth, now radiated a gentle coolness, a palpable sensation that permeated the chambers. The silence within the castle was not an absolute void of sound. It was a silence punctuated by the subtle organic sounds of the castle itself. The faint creak of ancient timber settling, the whisper of the wind through a narrow arrow slit, the distant drip of water in a forgotten corner. These were the castle's own nocturnal murmurs, its ancient breath. These sounds, far from being disruptive, often served as a gentle lullaby, a soothing reminder of the castle's enduring presence, its steadfast protection. They were the sounds of a living, breathing structure, one that had stood for centuries, weathering storms and sieges, and now offered a haven of peace. The castle's inhabitants, having completed their evening routines, would retire to their respective sleeping quarters. The lord and lady would have their private chambers, often located in the keep or a dedicated residential tower. These rooms, though still austere by modern standards, would have offered the most comfort and privacy. A large four-poster bed, perhaps draped with heavy fabrics for warmth and privacy, would be the centerpiece. A small chest for personal belongings, a simple wooden table, and perhaps a chair would complete the furnishings. The light from the single beeswax candle would cast long, dancing shadows on the stone walls, creating an intimate, tranquil atmosphere. For the knights and squires, sleeping arrangements might be more communal, perhaps in a barrack-style room or a designated chamber within a tower. Their beds would be simpler, often straw mattresses on wooden frames, covered with rough wool blankets. Yet even in these more Spartan conditions, the security of the castle walls provided a profound sense of safety. The knowledge that the watchmen were patrolling the battlements, that the gates were barred, and that the drawbridge was raised, allowed for a deeper, more peaceful sleep. The servants, who formed the backbone of the castle's daily operations, would often sleep in the great hall, near the warmth of the banked hearth, or in small, unheated rooms in the outer bailey. Their sleep might be lighter, more attuned to the subtle sounds of the castle, ready to rise at the first hint of dawn or the sound of an alarm. Despite the less luxurious conditions, the communal aspect of their sleeping arrangements, coupled with the overarching security of the fortress, still offered a degree of comfort and protection that was rare in the medieval world. The deep quiet of the castle at night was a profound sensory experience. The visual world was reduced to shadows and faint glimmers of moonlight. The auditory landscape was dominated by the subtle sounds of the structure and the distant calls of nature. The tactile sensation of the cool stone walls, the warmth of a woolen blanket, the scent of old wood and lingering smoke, all contributed to an immersive environment that fostered a deep sense of repose. The castle, in its nocturnal state, became more than just a collection of stone and timber. It became a living entity, breathing with the rhythm of the night. Its massive form, a silent ancient sentinel, stood as a guardian over the slumbering inhabitants. The air within the castle grew still and cool, carrying the faint earthy scent of stone and time. The world outside the castle walls faded into a distant memory, replaced by the immediate comforting presence of the sleeping fortress. The castle, now fully secured and hushed, was ready for the long hours of night, a sanctuary of peace and quiet, inviting a deep and tranquil rest. The journey through the castle at night, from the outermost defenses to the innermost chambers, was a journey into progressively deeper layers of quietude and security. The very design of these formidable structures born of necessity and refined over centuries, inadvertently created an environment conducive to profound rest. The thick, unyielding stone, the narrow, winding passages, the absence of artificial light beyond a flickering flame, all conspired to create a world apart, a haven from the clamor and uncertainty of the medieval world. As the hours of night deepened, the castle settled further into its slumber. The faint sounds of the watchmen's patrols became less frequent, their calls more subdued. The wind, if any, whispered softly around the towers, a gentle sigh against the ancient stones. The moon, if visible, cast long silvery streaks through the arrow slits, illuminating dust motes dancing in the cool air. This was the castle at its most serene, its most protective, its most inviting for a deep and restorative sleep. The weight of its history, its strength, and its enduring presence became a comforting blanket, enveloping all within its walls in a profound and peaceful quiet. The castle, in its quietude, offered more than just shelter. It presented a journey into its very foundations, a slow descent from the battlements to the deepest parts of its being. We begin this journey not with the clamor of day, but with the hushed twilight, as the last vestiges of daylight fade from the highest turrets. Imagine the soft, cool air beginning to settle, carrying with it the faint scent of damp stone, and perhaps, from an unseen hearth, the lingering aroma of wood smoke. The great timber gates, once a formidable barrier, now stand as a symbol of peace, their heavy oak planks resting securely within their frames. Our exploration commences high, near the very top of the tallest tower, perhaps a keep or a watchtower. From this vantage point, the world outside shrinks into a patchwork of fields and forests, softened by the encroaching dusk. The wind, which during the day might have whipped flags into a frenzy, now merely sighs against the crenellated parapets. These crenellations, the alternating solid blocks and open spaces, were not merely decorative. They provided vital cover for archers and defenders, allowing them to fire arrows or drop stones while remaining protected. The merlons, the solid upright parts, offered concealment, while the crenels, the open gaps, provided firing positions. This simple yet effective design was a hallmark of medieval military architecture, a testament to practical ingenuity. As we begin our downward path, we move from the open air of the battlements into the enclosed spaces of the tower itself. The stone steps, worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, knights in heavy armor, guards on their rounds, servants carrying provisions, spiral gently downwards. Each step is a tactile connection to the past, a silent witness to countless lives lived within these walls. The walls themselves are thick, often many feet deep, constructed from massive blocks of quarried stone, meticulously shaped and fitted. The sheer volume of material and labor required to build such structures was immense, a monumental undertaking that often spanned decades, even generations. The light inside the tower changes, becoming softer, more diffused. Arrow slits, narrow vertical openings that widen on the inside to allow a greater field of fire, punctuate the walls at irregular intervals. These slits, sometimes called loopholes, were carefully designed to protect the archer while still providing a clear line of sight to the exterior. Their placement was strategic, covering approaches to the castle, gates, and other vulnerable points. The engineering behind these seemingly simple openings was sophisticated, balancing defensive capability with the structural integrity of the massive walls. Our descent continues through various levels, each serving a distinct purpose in the castle's operational life. We might pass through a guard room, a space that would have been bustling with activity during the day, now quiet. Here, guards would have kept vigil, their weapons leaning against the walls, their conversations muffled by the thick stone. The air in such a room would have carried the scent of leather, wool, and perhaps the faint metallic tang of steel. Benches built into the wall provided resting places, and a small recessed fireplace might have offered warmth during colder nights. Further down, we encounter living quarters. These rooms, though often sparsely furnished by modern standards, were designed for comfort within the constraints of medieval life. The walls might have been plastered and whitewashed, or covered with tapestries for insulation and decoration. Tapestries were not just art, they served a practical purpose, reducing drafts and helping to retain heat in these vast stone chambers. Imagine the intricate patterns, the vibrant colors depicting scenes of chivalry, hunting, or religious narratives, all contributing to a sense of warmth and grandeur. The windows in these living spaces, unlike the narrow arrow slits, would have been larger, though still relatively small and often unglazed in earlier castles. Instead, they might have been covered with wooden shutters or oiled parchment to keep out the elements. Later, small panes of glass, painstakingly crafted and leaded together, would have allowed more light to enter, a luxury reserved for the most important rooms. The view from such a window, even at night, would have been one of profound stillness, the castle grounds sleeping under the moon. As we move deeper, the sounds of the castle become even more muted. The distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the courtyard below, perhaps the gentle creak of an old timber beam settling. These are the only disturbances to the profound quiet. The stone absorbs sound, creating an atmosphere of deep tranquility. This acoustic quality was an inherent feature of castle construction, a natural byproduct of their defensive design. Our path leads us down a grand staircase, perhaps one carved from solid stone, its steps broad and shallow, designed for ease of ascent and descent, even for those in heavy robes or armor. Such staircases were often a focal point of the keep, connecting the various levels of the lord's residence. They were not merely functional. Their design often incorporated architectural flourishes, reflecting the status and wealth of the castle's owner. The handrail, if present, would be smooth and cool beneath the touch, guiding our way. We passed through a great hall, the heart of the castle's social life. During the day, this space would have resonated with the sounds of feasting, music, and conversation. Long tables, perhaps made of rough-hewn oak, would have been laden with food, and the central hearth would have blazed, casting a warm glow. Now, only the faint scent of embers remains, and the hall is bathed in shadows, its vastness emphasizing its emptiness. The high ceilings, often supported by impressive timber trusses, would have soared above, creating an imposing and awe-inspiring space. The Great Hall served multiple functions. It was a dining room, a court of law, an audience chamber, and sometimes even a dormitory for the castle's retainers. Its design reflected its importance, often featuring elaborate carvings, stained glass windows if available, and a dais at one end where the lord and his family would sit. The very architecture of the hall communicated hierarchy and power, even in its quiet slumber. Our descent continues, moving away from the more public and residential areas towards the castle's functional core. We might pass by the buttery and pantry, storage rooms for provisions. The buttery, derived from the old French word botellerie, was where drinks, particularly wine and ale, were stored and served. The pantry, from pain meaning bread, was for bread and other dry goods. These rooms were often located near the Great Hall for convenience, but also had thick walls and secure doors to protect valuable foodstuffs. The air here might be cooler, carrying a faint earthy aroma, a testament to the stored goods. Imagine barrels of ale, sacks of grain, dried meats hanging from hooks, all the sustenance required to maintain a castle community, especially during a siege. The logistics of provisioning a castle were immense, requiring careful planning and management to ensure a continuous supply of food and drink for hundreds of people. Further down, we approach the kitchens. Even at night, a faint warmth might linger from the massive hearths where meals were prepared. These kitchens were often separate buildings, or at least semi-detached from the main keep, to reduce the risk of fire. They featured enormous fireplaces, sometimes large enough for a person to stand inside, with spits for roasting meats and ovens for baking bread. The smells of past feasts, roast venison, simmering stews, freshly baked bread, seemed to subtly permeate the stone. The kitchen staff, a vital part of the castle's household, would have worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, preparing meals for everyone, from the lord to the lowliest servant. Their domain was a place of intense heat, bustling activity, and specialized tools: cauldrons, iron pots, long-handled spoons, and cleavers. Now the silence emphasizes the scale of the operation that once took place here, a testament to the daily rhythm of castle life. Our path now takes us into the deeper, more utilitarian levels of the castle, often partially subterranean. Here, the light dims even further, and the air grows cooler and more still. We might find ourselves in a cellar, a cool, dark space used for storing wine, root vegetables, and other perishables that benefited from a consistent, low temperature. These cellars were often vaulted, with sturdy stone arches supporting the weight of the structure above. The construction of these vaults was a significant engineering feat, distributing immense loads evenly across the supporting walls. The quiet in these lower levels is profound, a deep, resonant stillness that seems to absorb all sound. It is a quiet born of thick stone, earth, and centuries of undisturbed slumber. The castle's foundations, the very bedrock upon which it was built, are now closer. These foundations were crucial for the stability of the massive structures above, often dug deep into solid ground or reinforced with extensive piling in softer soils. The choice of site for a castle was paramount, considering defensibility, access to resources, and the geological stability of the land. We continue our slow descent, perhaps encountering a well house or cistern. Access to fresh water was absolutely critical for a castle's survival, especially during a siege. Wells were often dug deep within the castle walls, sometimes hundreds of feet, to ensure a protected and reliable water supply. The sound of dripping water, if audible, would be a gentle, rhythmic counterpoint to the silence, a reminder of life's essential elements. The engineering involved in digging and maintaining these wells, often through solid rock, was a remarkable achievement for the time. The water, drawn up by hand or by a treadwheel, would have been a precious commodity, carefully managed and conserved. The well house itself would be a cool, damp space, its stone walls often slick with condensation. The air here carries the faint, clean scent of damp earth and fresh water, a primal aroma that connects us to the very source of life. Our journey takes us now to the very lowest levels, perhaps a dungeon or a storage crypt. These areas were often cut directly into the bedrock, providing maximum security and insulation. The term dungeon itself comes from the French donjon, referring to the main tower or keep, but over time, it became associated with the prison cells often located in its deepest, darkest parts. These spaces were typically devoid of light, save for perhaps a small high slit or a torch. The walls here are rougher, less finished, reflecting their utilitarian and often grim purpose. The air is heavy, still, and cool, carrying the faint ancient scent of stone and earth. The silence is absolute, a deep encompassing quiet that seems to stretch back through time. Imagine the sheer weight of the stone above, pressing down, creating a sense of profound enclosure and security. These deep chambers were not always prisons. Many served as secure storage for valuable goods, or as emergency shelters during the fiercest attacks. Their robust construction and subterranean location made them ideal for protecting treasures or providing a last refuge. The architectural principles applied here were about strength and endurance, creating spaces that could withstand immense pressure and prolonged isolation. As we reach the lowest point of our descent, we find ourselves in a space that feels utterly timeless. The sounds of the world above, even the gentle night sounds of the castle, are completely absent. Here, there is only the profound quiet of the earth itself, the deep, ancient hum of the planet. The stone walls, cool and solid, seem to emanate a sense of enduring strength, a quiet power that has stood for centuries. This deep quiet is not empty. It is filled with the echoes of history, the silent stories of all who have passed through these walls. It is a place where the weight of time feels palpable, yet also strangely comforting. The castle, from its highest battlements to its deepest foundations, is a testament to human endeavor, resilience, and ingenuity. It is a structure built to endure, to protect, and to stand as a silent sentinel through the ages. We pause here, in this deepest, most secure part of the castle, surrounded by the unyielding strength of stone and earth. The air is still, cool, and carries the faint, clean scent of damp rock. The silence is absolute, a complete absence of external sound, allowing for a profound sense of inner quiet. This is the castle at its most elemental, stripped of all its daily functions, revealing its core essence. The massive stones that form these walls are not just inert matter. They are imbued with the energy of their creation, the labor of countless hands, and the passage of countless seasons. They have absorbed the warmth of summer suns and the chill of winter winds, the joy of celebrations and the solemnity of sieges. Now, in this deep quiet, they offer a profound sense of stability and protection. This deep subterranean quiet is a sanctuary, a place where the external world fades away, leaving only the gentle presence of the ancient stone. It is a space designed for ultimate security, a place where the very concept of disturbance seems foreign. The thickness of the walls, the depth of the earth above, all contribute to this unparalleled tranquility. The journey downwards has brought us to a place of ultimate stillness, a core of peace within the formidable structure. This quiet is not a void, but a fullness, a rich tapestry woven from history, geology, and the enduring power of human creation. It is a quiet that invites a profound sense of rest, a deep, undisturbed calm that settles around you like the softest, heaviest blanket. The castle, in its deepest slumber, cradles you within its ancient, protective embrace, a timeless guardian of peace. The castle, in its deepest slumber, cradles you within its ancient, protective embrace, a timeless guardian of peace. This profound stillness, a gentle hush that settles over the very stones, marks the beginning of the castle's true nocturnal rhythm. It is a quiet that invites a profound sense of rest, a deep, undisturbed calm that settles around you like the softest, heaviest blanket. Now, as the last echoes of the day fade into the thick stone walls, a different kind of life begins within the castle. The life of quiet repose. The formidable structure, so active during the day, now becomes a vessel of slumber, holding its inhabitants in a soft, protective embrace. The very air seems to thicken with a sense of peace, a comforting weight that presses gently on the eyelids. Knights, after their arduous duties, would shed their heavy armor, perhaps with a sigh of relief, in preparation for rest. The clinking of chainmail, a constant presence throughout the day, would cease, replaced by the hushed sounds of a castle winding down. Each piece of steel, each plate and rivet, would be carefully removed, the weight of their protection temporarily set aside. This shedding of the outer shell was a ritual, a physical release from the day's demands, preparing the body for the deep restorative sleep it craved. These knights, having protected their lords and ladies with unwavering vigilance, would finally lay down their swords, their watch temporarily ended. The polished blades, once glinting in the sunlight, would now rest in their scabbards, their sharp edges sheathed, awaiting the next dawn. This pause in their duty was not a sign of weakness, but a recognition of the essential need for renewal, for the body and mind to recover their strength. Knights often slept on simple straw mattresses, sometimes covered with furs for warmth. These beds, though humble by modern standards, offered a practical comfort within the often chilly stone chambers. The rustle of the straw, a soft, natural sound, would accompany their descent into sleep. Furs, perhaps from deer or bear, would provide an insulating layer against the cold, a primal comfort that connected them to the natural world beyond the castle walls. Even in their dreams, these knights might have felt the comforting weight of their responsibilities, now temporarily lifted. The echoes of their day, the clang of steel, the shouts of command, the vigilant watch would recede, replaced by the softer, more abstract landscapes of slumber. Yet, the underlying sense of purpose, of duty fulfilled, would remain, a subtle current beneath the surface of their dreams. Knights, despite their formidable strength and martial prowess, also sought the restorative power of a good night's sleep. It was not a luxury, but a necessity, vital for maintaining the physical endurance and mental acuity required for their demanding lives. Without this period of deep rest, their vigilance would falter, their strength would wane, and their ability to protect the castle would diminish. Indeed, knights, even in their sleep, might have dreamt of chivalrous deeds, of battles fought and won, or of the quiet solace of home and family. These dreams, a tapestry woven from their waking lives and deepest desires, would play out in the silent theater of their minds. Sometimes, the dreams might be of the future, of victories yet to be achieved, or of the peace they hoped to secure for their lands. The squires, young men in training, would play a crucial role in this nightly ritual. Knight squires would carefully lay out fresh linen for their masters, preparing for a night of restorative sleep after their duties. The linen, perhaps coarse but clean, would be smoothed over the straw, a small act of care that contributed to the comfort of the sleeping knight. These preparations were part of the squire's training, instilling discipline and attention to detail. Beyond the sleeping chambers, these dedicated squires would continue their quiet work. Night squires would carefully polish armor in quiet corners, preparing it for the next day's light, often by the glow of a single lamp. The soft, rhythmic sound of cloth on metal, a gentle hiss and buff, would fill these secluded spaces. This meticulous polishing, performed in the hushed hours of the night, ensured that the armor would gleam brightly, ready for display or defense, a testament to the knight's readiness. These squires would carefully polish armor in quiet corners, preparing for the next day's duties, their soft ministrations a lullaby of industry. The gentle friction, the subtle scent of oil and metal, would linger in these shadowed spaces as the night grew deeper, would create a soothing atmosphere, a quiet dedication to craft. Each piece, from gauntlet to breastplate, would receive individual attention, ensuring its readiness and its pristine appearance. The castle's armory, usually a place of polished steel and bustling activity, would be dark and still, the weapons resting until the call of day. Swords, axes, spears, and bows would hang silently on their racks, their forms barely discernible in the faint moonlight that might filter through a high window. This quietude was a stark contrast to the daytime clamor, a powerful symbol of the castle's temporary peace. The castle's armory, filled with dormant weapons, would stand as a silent testament to its protective purpose. Each weapon, though still, carried the weight of its potential, a reminder of the castle's constant readiness. It was a space of contained power, waiting patiently for the moment it might be called upon to defend the lives within the walls. Indeed, the castle's armory, filled with weapons and shields, would stand in silent readiness, its contents gleaming faintly in any stray light. A stray moonbeam, perhaps, catching the edge of a shield or the curve of a helmet, would create a momentary sparkle, a fleeting reminder of the metallic strength held within. This quiet gleam was a visual echo of the castle's enduring vigilance. Moving deeper into the castle's private spaces, the Lord's Solar, a private chamber, would be dimly lit by a single taper, offering a peaceful retreat from the castle's larger, more public spaces. The flickering flame, casting long, dancing shadows on the stone walls, would create an intimate atmosphere, a sanctuary from the world outside. Here, the lord or lady could unwind, reflect, and find solace. The castle's solar, a private sitting room, would often be the last place a lord or lady would relax before retiring. It was a space designed for quiet contemplation, for reading, for intimate conversation, or simply for enjoying the warmth of a small fire. The furniture, perhaps a carved chest or a comfortable chair draped with textiles, would invite repose. Ladies of the castle might engage in quiet embroidery or reading by soft lamplight before retiring, their needles making barely a sound. The rhythmic pull of thread through fabric, the gentle rustle of parchment, would be the only disturbances in the tranquil air. These activities, often performed in the solar or their private chambers, were a form of meditation, a way to soothe the mind before sleep. Small private chambers, often tucked away in towers, provided secluded havens for rest. These rooms, with their thick stone walls and limited light, offered a sense of security and intimacy. The winding stairs leading to them would further enhance their feeling of seclusion, creating a journey into a personal sanctuary. The Lord's chamber, often furnished with a four-poster bed draped in heavy curtains, offered privacy and warmth against the castle's chill. The curtains, made of rich fabrics like wool or velvet, would be drawn around the bed, creating a room within a room, a cocoon of comfort and seclusion. This arrangement was not merely decorative, but a practical means of retaining warmth and ensuring a deep, undisturbed sleep. Feather mattresses, a luxury in medieval times, would have been plumped and prepared for the castle's inhabitants. The soft, yielding surface A stark contrast to the hard stone floors offered a profound comfort. The gentle compression of the feathers, conforming to the body's shape, would invite a deep sense of relaxation, a luxurious embrace after a long day. Indeed, feather mattresses, a luxury in medieval times, provided a soft, yielding comfort for the castle's inhabitants as they drifted to sleep. The subtle rustle of the feathers, a quiet, natural sound, would accompany the slow descent into slumber. This comfort, reserved for the castle's most important residents, was a testament to their status and the castle's ability to provide for their well-being. Children within the castle would be tucked into their beds, perhaps with tales of dragons and heroes whispered softly. These stories, passed down through generations, would fill their young minds with wonder and adventure, preparing them for dreams as vivid as the tales themselves. The soft voices of their caregivers, a gentle murmur in the quiet night, would be a soothing prelude to sleep. Servants, having completed their evening chores, would retire to their own humble, quiet corners. Their beds, perhaps simple pallets on the floor or narrow bunks, would offer a much-needed respite after a day of tireless work. Though less luxurious, these sleeping places were still sanctuaries, providing the essential rest required to face the next day's tasks. These diligent servants would move through the castle with hushed efficiency, preparing chambers for the night's repose. They would carry fresh water, stoke dying fires, smooth bed linens, and ensure all was in order for the castle's residents. Their movements, light and silent, were like shadows in the dim light, a testament to their dedication and respect for the castle's nightly peace. The castle's residents, from the highest lord to the lowest servant, would drift off to sleep, lulled by the stillness of the night. The absence of the day's clamor, the gentle hum of the wind outside, and the deep quiet of the stone walls would create an ideal environment for rest. It was a collective settling, a shared journey into the realm of dreams. The castle's residents would have relied on the natural rhythms of day and night, rising with the sun and resting with its setting. There were no artificial lights to disrupt the body's natural clock, no constant hum of machinery. Life within the castle was intimately connected to the cycles of the sun and moon, fostering a deep, natural sleep pattern. The castle's keep, its central and most secure tower, would have held the deepest slumber. Within its massive walls, the most important inhabitants, the lord and lady, would find their most protected rest. The sheer thickness of the stone, the height of its chambers, and its central position within the castle offered an unparalleled sense of security. The castle keep, the strongest and most secure part, housed the lord and lady, its thick walls muffling all but the most profound sounds of the night. The sounds of the wind, the distant calls of nocturnal animals, would be reduced to faint whispers, barely penetrating the formidable defenses. This deep quietude was a privilege afforded to those at the very heart of the castle. Indeed, the castle's keep, the strongest central tower, would stand as a silent, unyielding core of security. Its very presence, a massive stone sentinel, would reassure all within the castle walls. It was the ultimate guardian, its strength a promise of safety through the long hours of darkness. The castle's keep, the strongest tower, would stand as a silent guardian, its highest chambers closest to the stars. From these elevated vantage points, the night sky would stretch out in vast, unblemished splendor, a cosmic blanket over the sleeping castle. The stars, ancient and distant, would cast their faint ethereal light, adding to the profound sense of peace that enveloped the keep. As the human inhabitants of the castle settled into their deep sleep, the castle itself continued its quiet work, a silent symphony of natural processes and dormant mechanisms. The very stones which had absorbed the day's warmth would slowly release it, creating a subtle, gentle temperature regulation within the chambers. A natural exhalation of the castle contributed to the overall sense of calm. Picture the soft rustle of straw in a stable as horses, tired from a day's journey, settled down for the night. The gentle shifting of their weight, the occasional soft snort, would be the only sounds in these large, timbered structures. The scent of hay and horse, a comforting earthy aroma, would fill the air, a natural balm for weary senses. The stables, though outside the main keep, would be filled with the soft sounds of horses shifting and snorting contentedly. Their large bodies, warm and still, would create a sense of living presence, a gentle rhythm of breath and movement. The occasional flick of an ear, a soft sigh, would punctuate the quiet, a testament to their deep animal slumber. The stable master, a dedicated guardian of these vital animals, would ensure all horses were comfortably bedded down, their soft snorts the only sound in the straw-filled stalls. He would check their blankets, replenish their water, and offer a final pat to each animal, a silent reassurance that all was well. His quiet movements, a final act of care, would precede his own well-earned rest. The castle's stable hands would ensure the horses were well bedded and fed. Their quiet movements, a final act of care before sleep. They would spread fresh straw, ensuring a soft, clean bed for each horse, and top up their feed troughs. These tasks, performed with a gentle efficiency, were essential for the well-being of the animals, which were so crucial to the castle's daily functioning. The castle's stables, separate from the main living quarters, would emit the comforting sounds of horses shifting and snorting softly in their sleep. These sounds, a natural part of the castle's nocturnal soundscape, would blend with the other subtle noises of the night, creating a harmonious backdrop for slumber. The rhythmic breathing of the horses, a deep, steady pulse, would be a grounding presence. Castle kitchens, usually a hub of activity and bustling energy, would be meticulously cleaned and quieted, ready for the next dawn's preparations. The clatter of pots and pans, the sizzle of cooking, and the shouts of cooks would be replaced by an almost reverent silence. Every surface would be scrubbed, every utensil put away, leaving the space pristine and ready for a new day. Indeed, castle kitchens after the Last Supper would be meticulously cleaned, their stone floors cool and silent until dawn. The residual warmth from the massive hearths would slowly dissipate, leaving the air fresh and cool. The scent of spices and cooked food would linger faintly, a ghost of the day's feasting, but the active work would have ceased entirely. The castle's kitchens, after a day of preparing feasts and daily meals, would be cleaned and quieted, the last embers glowing in the massive ovens. These dying embers, a soft orange glow in the darkness, would be the last visible sign of the day's culinary labors. Their gentle warmth would slowly fade, leaving the ovens cold and still, awaiting the morning's fires. The buttery and pantry, filled with provisions, would be cool and dark, preserving the castle's sustenance in slumber. Barrels of ale, sacks of grain, dried meats and cheeses would rest in their designated places, protected from light and warmth. These storerooms were the castle's lifeblood, ensuring its ability to withstand sieges and sustain its inhabitants. The castle's pantry, filled with stored provisions, would be a cool, dark sanctuary of supplies. The air within would be still and earthy, carrying the faint scent of preserved foods. This quiet abundance, hidden away in the castle's depths, was a testament to foresight and careful planning, ensuring the castle's self-sufficiency. Similarly, the castle's storerooms, filled with provisions of all kinds, would be cool and dark, ensuring the safety of its contents. From candles to cloth, from tools to timber, every item would be carefully stowed, awaiting its turn to be used. These rooms, often deep within the castle's foundations, were silent guardians of its continued operation. The castle's storerooms, filled with provisions, would be dark and cool, preserving the food for the next day's meals. The stable temperatures and lack of light were crucial for preventing spoilage, a vital concern in an age without refrigeration. This careful preservation was a constant, unseen effort, ensuring the castle's resilience. The castle's well, a source of life and a vital resource, would be covered for the night, its cool depths holding the day's echoes in silence. The heavy wooden cover, perhaps secured with a latch, would protect the precious water from contamination and keep it cool. The deep, dark shaft, reaching down into the earth, would be a place of profound stillness. The castle's well, a vital source of water, would sit silently under the moonlight, its depths still and undisturbed. The faint shimmer of moonlight on the water's surface, if any light reached it, would be the only movement. This essential resource, so central to the castle's survival, would rest in quiet readiness, awaiting the morning's draw. The castle's well, a vital water source, would be covered and still, its depths reflecting the faint light from above. The water, cool and clear, would be a silent mirror, holding the reflections of the night sky or the faint glow of a distant lantern. Its stillness was a promise of purity and sustenance. The castle's well house, a small structure protecting the well, would be secured, its precious water supply protected through the night. A sturdy door, perhaps bolted from within, would ensure that this critical resource remained safe. The well house, though small, was a crucial component of the castle's defensive and logistical infrastructure. The castle's bakehouse, after the day's bread was baked, would cool slowly, its ovens radiating a gentle warmth into the night. The massive stone ovens, still holding the heat from their intense fires, would gradually release it, creating a subtle, comforting warmth in the surrounding air. The lingering scent of freshly baked bread, a faint sweet aroma, might still hang in the air. The castle's bakehouse, after the day's bread was baked, would grow cool and silent, awaiting dawn's activity. The heavy wooden peels and kneading troughs would be cleaned and put away, the flour dust settled. It was a space of quiet anticipation, ready for the next cycle of dough and fire. The castle's baker, having finished the day's bread, would leave the ovens to cool slowly, their residual warmth a gentle presence. His work, often beginning before dawn and ending late, was physically demanding. Now, in the quiet of the night, he too would seek his rest, knowing the castle was fed. The castle's blacksmith forge, usually a noisy place of clang and sparks, would be dark and cold, its tools laid to rest until morning. The bellows would be still, the anvil silent, and the hammers hung on their racks. The air, once thick with smoke and the smell of hot metal, would now be clear and cool, holding only the memory of fire. The castle's smithy, its forge cold, would be a dark, silent space until the morning's first sparks. The heavy tools, the tongs and chisels, would lie dormant, their hard surfaces reflecting nothing but the deep darkness. It was a place of potential energy, waiting for the touch of fire to bring it to life again. The castle's smithy, usually a noisy place, would be dark and silent, the forge cold until morning. The absence of the rhythmic hammering, the roar of the fire, and the hiss of quenching steel would create a profound quiet. This silence was a testament to the temporary pause in creation and repair, a necessary interlude for rest. The castle's laundry room, once bustling with washing and the scent of lye soap, would be left tidy and quiet for the night. The large tubs and scrubbing boards would be clean, the drying racks empty. The day's labor of cleaning and mending garments would be complete, and the space would await the next day's loads. The castle's garderobes, or latrines, would be simple openings, their function completed for the day, leaving only the sound of the wind. Often projecting from the castle walls, these basic facilities would be cleaned as best as possible. Their chutes leading down to the moat or cesspit, the cool night air, and perhaps the faint rustle of leaves would be the only sounds. The castle's privy, often a simple chute, would be cleaned and made ready for the morning. Despite their rudimentary nature, efforts were made to maintain some level of hygiene. The quiet of the night would allow any lingering odors to dissipate, leaving the air as fresh as possible for the next day. The castle's garderobe, a medieval toilet, would be emptied and cleaned, leaving the air fresh. This essential, if unglamorous task was part of the daily routine, ensuring the castle's continued habitability. The quiet efficiency of the servants performing these duties was a crucial, if unseen aspect of castle life. The castle's latrines, simple chutes into the moat or cesspit, would be unused and silent during the night's repose. The absence of human activity would leave these functional spaces undisturbed, their practical purpose temporarily suspended. The deep quiet around them would be a reflection of the castle's overall slumber. The castle's library, if it had one, would be a quiet sanctuary, its scrolls and books resting undisturbed on their shelves. The faint scent of parchment and aged leather would fill the air, a testament to centuries of accumulated knowledge. The silence here would be particularly profound, a respectful hush over the wisdom contained within. The castle's library, if it possessed one, would hold its precious manuscripts in hushed darkness, awaiting the morning's readers. The illuminated texts, with their vibrant colors and intricate designs, would lie dormant, their stories and histories patiently waiting to be rediscovered. The quiet here was a deep, intellectual peace. The castle's library, if it had one, would hold its scrolls and books in quiet repose, waiting for scholarly eyes to awaken them. Each volume, a vessel of thought and information, would be a silent companion in the darkness, a guardian of knowledge through the night. The stillness was a profound respect for learning. The castle scribes, if any, would have laid down their quills, their parchment scrolls rolled up until the next day's light. The ink pots would be covered, the fine brushes cleaned, and the carefully prepared parchments stacked. Their meticulous work, often performed in quiet concentration, would now be paused, awaiting the return of the sun. The castle's water clock, if present, would mark the hours with a gentle rhythmic drip, a subtle reminder of time passing. This ancient mechanism, relying on the steady flow of water, would offer a soft, almost imperceptible sound in the deep quiet of the night. It was a natural, soothing cadence, a quiet heartbeat for the sleeping castle. The castle's watermill, if part of the estate, would be still, its wheel motionless in the quiet stream. The rushing sound of water, the grinding of the millstones would have ceased, replaced by the gentle murmur of the stream flowing undisturbed. The large wooden wheel, once turning with purpose, would now be a silent sculpture in the moonlight. The castle's masons, who shaped the very stones of the fortress, would have long since retired, their tools laid down in quiet anticipation of morning. The chisels, hammers, and measuring lines would rest, their work paused until the next day's light. Their deep sleep would be well earned, a physical recovery from the strenuous labor of building and maintaining the castle. The castle's seamstresses, who mended and created garments for all within the walls, would have put away their needles and threads, their workrooms still. The whirring of their spinning wheels, the snip of scissors, and the soft rustle of fabric would be absent. Their delicate work, often performed by candlelight, would now be suspended, awaiting the dawn. The castle's well-guarded treasury, filled with precious items and vital documents, would lie in absolute darkness, its secrets safe until dawn. Heavy doors, secured with multiple locks and bolts, would protect its contents. The silence within would be profound, a deep, undisturbed quiet over the castle's wealth and history. All these elements, from the sleeping knights to the still forge, from the quiet kitchens to the dark treasury, contribute to the castle's nightly peace. Each part, whether living or inanimate, settles into its own form of slumber, creating a unified sense of rest. The castle, in its entirety, becomes a vessel of quiet, a sanctuary against the outside world. This deep, encompassing stillness, a profound hush over every stone and every soul within, is the castle's most profound offering. It is a quiet that invites you to join its ancient slumber, to find your own deep rest within its protective embrace as the night deepens and the world outside fades into an even softer, more distant hum. The castle, a silent sentinel through centuries, offered more than just protection. It fostered a unique way of life, a rhythm dictated by its stone walls and the ever-present need for vigilance. The early medieval castles, often simple motte and bailey structures, evolved significantly over time. Each architectural innovation a response to new threats or changing social dynamics. These initial fortifications, constructed primarily from earth and timber, represented a crucial step in the development of defensive architecture. The moat, an artificial mound of earth, provided an elevated position for a wooden tower or keep, offering commanding views and a strong defensive advantage. Below it, the bailey, an enclosed courtyard, housed barracks, stables, workshops, and other essential buildings, all protected by a palisade fence and a ditch. This basic design, though seemingly rudimentary, proved remarkably effective and widespread across Europe, establishing the fundamental principles of castle defense. As the centuries progressed, the transition from timber to stone marked a profound shift in castle construction. Stone offered unparalleled durability and fire resistance, transforming castles from temporary strongholds into enduring symbols of power and permanence. The Norman conquest of England in 1066, for instance, spurred a rapid proliferation of stone castles as William the Conqueror sought to solidify his control over the newly acquired territory. These early stone castles often retained elements of the modern bailey layout, with stone keeps rising majestically from the earth mounds. The White Tower, the central keep of the Tower of London, begun in the late 11th century, stands as a prime example of this transition, its massive walls and formidable presence asserting Norman authority. The keep, or donjon, became the heart of the stone castle, a multi-storied tower serving as the Lord's residence, a final refuge during siege, and a symbol of his status. These keeps were not merely defensive structures. They were complex living spaces, often containing great halls for feasting and administration, private chambers for the lord and his family, chapels for worship, and storerooms for provisions. The walls of these keeps could be many feet thick, designed to withstand the most powerful siege engines of the era. Within their cool stone interiors, life unfolded in a structured, often hierarchical manner, with every individual having a specific role in the castle's daily operation and defense. The design of castles continued to advance, driven by the constant interplay between offensive and defensive technologies. The advent of concentric castles in the 13th century represented a pinnacle of defensive architecture. These castles featured multiple rings of defensive walls, one inside the other, with the inner walls being taller than the outer ones. This arrangement meant that if an outer wall was breached, the attackers would find themselves in a killing ground, exposed to archers and defenders on the higher inner walls. The concentric design maximized defensive firepower and offered layers of protection, making them exceptionally difficult to capture. Edward I's castles in Wales, such as Caernarfon and Conwy, exemplified this sophisticated design, showcasing the strategic brilliance of their military architects. The construction of these massive stone fortresses was an undertaking of immense scale and complexity, requiring vast resources, skilled labor, and years, sometimes decades, to complete. Thousands of tons of stone had to be quarried, transported, and meticulously shaped by master masons. Laborers, often local peasants conscripted for the task, moved these heavy materials using simple tools, levers, and pulleys. Carpenters were essential for constructing scaffolding, siege engines, and the intricate timber frameworks within the castle. Blacksmiths forged tools, weapons, and ironwork for doors and gates. The entire process was a testament to medieval engineering and organization. The costs associated with building and maintaining a castle were astronomical, often consuming a significant portion of a lord's or monarch's treasury. These expenditures reflected the castle's strategic importance, not just as a military stronghold, but also as a center of administration, a symbol of power, and a focal point for the surrounding community. A castle was a political statement, a declaration of authority etched in stone, projecting an image of stability and control over the landscape. Beyond the grand keeps and formidable walls, the castle's defenses extended to a myriad of ingenious features. The drawbridge, a movable bridge spanning a moat, was a critical component of the gatehouse complex. Operated by chains or ropes from within the gatehouse, it could be raised quickly, creating a formidable barrier and denying access to the main entrance. The mechanism itself was often a marvel of medieval engineering, designed for rapid deployment and robust operation. When raised, the drawbridge would often fit snugly against the gatehouse, forming an additional layer of protection, sometimes even covering murder holes from which defenders could drop projectiles onto attackers below. The portcullis, a heavy vertically closing gate made of wood or iron, or a combination of both, provided another layer of defense at the main entrance. Its sharp, pointed bottom edge made it difficult to climb or force open, and it could be dropped swiftly to trap attackers or seal off the entrance. Multiple portcullises, sometimes 2 or 3 in succession, were often incorporated into the gatehouse, creating a deadly gauntlet for any invading force. These gates, combined with heavy wooden doors reinforced with iron, made the castle entrance one of its most heavily defended points. Moats, whether wet or dry, served as an initial line of defense, creating a significant obstacle for attackers. Wet moats, filled with water, deterred mining attempts beneath the walls and made it difficult to bring siege engines close. Dry moats, or ditches, were often deep and wide, sometimes lined with sharpened stakes, designed to impede movement and expose attackers to fire from the battlements. The depth and width of a moat were carefully calculated to maximize its defensive utility, forcing attackers to bridge or fill it under hostile fire. Arrow slits, or loopholes, pierced the castle walls, providing defenders with protected positions from which to fire arrows or crossbow bolts at attackers. These slits were typically narrow on the outside to minimize the risk of incoming projectiles, but splayed wider on the inside to allow defenders a broad field of fire. Their design evolved over time, with various shapes and orientations, vertical, horizontal, or cruciform, each optimized for different weapons and defensive strategies. The placement of arrow slits was crucial, ensuring overlapping fields of fire and covering all approaches to the castle. Machicolations, projecting stone galleries built into the battlements, offered a particularly effective defensive feature. These structures had openings in their floors through which defenders could drop stones, boiling water, hot sand, or other projectiles directly onto attackers at the base of the walls. Machicolations provided a safe, elevated position for defenders to engage the enemy without exposing themselves to direct fire. They were a later innovation, often replacing earlier wooden hoardings, which served a similar purpose but were more vulnerable to fire. The castle's defensive arsenal was not limited to its architecture. It also included a range of specialized weaponry. Trebuchets, massive siege engines, were capable of hurling huge stones, often weighing hundreds of pounds, over long distances. These powerful machines could batter down walls, destroy gatehouses, or launch incendiary projectiles into the castle interior. Ballistas, resembling giant crossbows, fired large bolts or spears with immense force, capable of piercing armor or timber. Catapults, another type of siege engine, used tension or torsion to launch projectiles. They're generally less powerful than trebuchets. Within the castle, defenders relied on a variety of weapons. Longbows and crossbows were primary missile weapons, providing a steady stream of arrows or bolts from the battlements and arrow slits. Swords, spears, axes, and maces were the weapons of close combat, used by knights and soldiers during sorties or when defending breaches in the walls. The development of plate armor in the later Middle Ages provided increased protection for knights, transforming them into formidable, albeit slower warriors. The daily life of a knight, a central figure in the castle's military and social structure, was a blend of training, duty, and ceremony. From a young age, noble boys were sent to serve as pages in the households of other lords, where they learned manners, basic literacy, and the rudiments of horsemanship and combat. At around 14, they became squires, serving a knight, cleaning his armor, caring for his horses, and accompanying him into battle. This period of apprenticeship culminated in knighthood, a solemn ceremony often involving a vigil, a bath of purification, and the dubbing by a lord or king. Once knighted, a knight's life was dedicated to chivalry, a code of conduct emphasizing courage, honor, loyalty, and protection of the weak. While the reality often fell short of the ideal, chivalry provided a framework for knightly behavior and a powerful cultural narrative. Knights were expected to be skilled warriors, proficient in jousting, swordplay, and horsemanship. They participated in tournaments, which served as both entertainment and training exercises, allowing them to hone their combat skills in a relatively safe environment. The knight's armor, initially mail and later plate, was a testament to medieval craftsmanship. Chainmail, made of interlocking metal rings, provided flexible protection against slashing blows. Full plate armor, emerging in the 14th century, offered superior protection against piercing and blunt force trauma, encasing the wearer in articulated steel plates. A full suit of plate armor could weigh 50 to 60 pounds, requiring immense strength and stamina to wear and fight in. Each piece was custom-made to fit the individual knight, ensuring maximum mobility and protection. The castle's inhabitants, from the lord and lady to the humblest kitchen staff, lived in a world shaped by the constant possibility of siege. A siege was a grueling test of endurance, strategy, and morale for both attackers and defenders. Attackers would attempt to breach the walls through various means, undermining them, battering them with siege engines, or scaling them with ladders. Defenders, in turn, would counter these efforts with their own ingenuity, repairing breaches, launching counterattacks, and raining down projectiles on the enemy. Life during a siege was characterized by scarcity, fear, and relentless vigilance. Food and water supplies had to be carefully managed, and sanitation became a critical concern to prevent disease. The psychological toll of constant bombardment and the threat of imminent assault was immense. Yet castles were designed to withstand prolonged sieges, with deep wells for water, large storerooms for provisions, and robust defenses that could hold out for months, sometimes even years. The outcome of a siege often depended on the defender's morale, the attacker's perseverance, and the arrival of relief forces. The castle's Great Hall served as the primary communal space, a bustling center of activity during the day and a place of rest at night. Here the lord held court, dispensed justice, and entertained guests. Feasts were grand affairs, with long tables laden with food, minstrels providing entertainment, and the lord presiding from a raised dais. At night, the Great Hall often transformed into a dormitory for many of the castle's inhabitants, with straw mattresses laid out on the floor. The warmth from the central hearth, though smoky, offered some comfort against the chill of the stone walls. Candlelight and torchlight provided the main sources of illumination within the castle, casting flickering shadows that danced across the rough-hewn stone. Tallow candles, made from animal fat, were common but produced a smoky, dim light. Beeswax candles, more expensive, burned cleaner and brighter, reserved for the lord's chambers or special occasions. Torches, made of resinous wood or rags soaked in pitch, provided more intense light, but also more smoke, making ventilation a constant challenge. The pervasive dimness of the medieval castle meant that much of life was conducted in semi-darkness, with the rhythm of the day dictated by the rising and setting of the sun. The castle's chapel was a place of spiritual solace and daily worship. Every castle of significant size included a chapel, often beautifully decorated with frescoes and stained glass, providing a sacred space for the lord, his family, and the castle's inhabitants. Mass was celebrated daily, and prayers were offered for protection, prosperity, and the souls of the departed. The chapel served as a reminder of the spiritual dimension of medieval life, a counterpoint to the harsh realities of warfare and daily toil. Within the castle, a complex hierarchy of servants and staff ensured its smooth operation. The seneschal, or steward, managed the castle's estates and finances. The constable was responsible for military matters and the garrison. The chamberlain oversaw the lord's private chambers and household staff. Cooks, bakers, brewers, stable hands, laundresses, and scullery maids all played vital roles, each contributing to the self-sufficiency of the castle community. This intricate web of responsibilities ensured that the castle functioned as a miniature society, capable of sustaining itself for extended periods. The castle's gardens, often enclosed within the bailey or just outside the walls, provided fresh produce, herbs for medicine and cooking, and sometimes even flowers for decoration. These gardens were practical spaces, contributing significantly to the castle's food supply and reducing its reliance on outside provisions. The cultivation of herbs was particularly important, as they were used to treat illnesses, flavor food, and even deter pests. The presence of a garden offered a small patch of cultivated nature amidst the formidable stone and military architecture. The castle's well or cistern was a lifeline, providing a constant supply of fresh water, crucial for drinking, cooking, and sanitation. Wells were often dug deep into the earth, sometimes hundreds of feet, to reach reliable underground springs. Cisterns collected rainwater from the castle roofs, storing it in underground tanks. The security of the water supply was paramount, as a castle could not survive a siege without it. The well was often located in a protected area, such as the keep or a central courtyard, to prevent its contamination or capture by attackers. The castle's kitchen was a bustling, smoky hub of activity, where meals were prepared for the entire household. Large hearths, spits for roasting meat, and ovens for baking bread were essential features. Cooks worked tirelessly, often from dawn until late at night, preparing a variety of dishes from available ingredients. The diet of castle inhabitants varied greatly depending on their status, with the lord and his family enjoying a richer, more diverse fare than the servants. Meat, bread, and ale were staples for all, supplemented by vegetables, fruits, and fish. The castle's stables housed the lord's horses, essential for travel, hunting, and warfare. Horses were highly valued animals, carefully bred and trained for their specific purposes. War horses, or destriers, were powerful, heavily built animals, capable of carrying a knight in full armor into battle. Palfreys were lighter horses used for riding and travel, while pack horses carried supplies. The stable master and his grooms were responsible for the care and training of these vital animals, ensuring their health and readiness. The castle's armory stored weapons, armor, and other military equipment, carefully organized and maintained, ready for when it was needed most, and other military equipment, maintaining them in good repair. Blacksmiths were often employed within the castle to forge and repair metal items, from horseshoes to sword blades. The armory was a place of constant activity, as equipment needed regular cleaning, oiling, and sharpening to remain effective. The organized storage and maintenance of military supplies were critical for the castle's defensive capabilities. The castle's prison, often located in the deepest, darkest parts of the keep, or in a subterranean dungeon, housed captives or criminals. These prisons were typically grim, unlit, and unheated, designed to be inescapable. Conditions were harsh, reflecting the brutal realities of medieval justice. Prisoners might be held for ransom, awaiting trial, or simply to be forgotten. The presence of a prison underscored the lord's authority and his power to enforce law and order within his domain. The castle's walls, thick and imposing, created a microclimate within their embrace, a world apart from the open landscape. The stone absorbed heat during the day and radiated it slowly at night, providing a degree of insulation. The sheer mass of the walls also dampened external sounds, creating a sense of quietude, a hushed atmosphere that permeated the courtyards and chambers. This acoustic isolation contributed to the castle's protective quality, shielding its inhabitants from the clamor of the outside world. As the centuries turned, the role of castles began to change. The development of gunpowder and increasingly powerful cannons rendered stone walls vulnerable. Castles evolved from purely defensive fortresses into more comfortable residences, with an emphasis on aesthetics and domesticity rather than sheer impregnability. Large windows replaced narrow arrow slits, and grand staircases replaced winding, defensive ones. The focus shifted from military function to stately living, though many castles retained their formidable appearance as a symbol of inherited power and prestige. The castle, in its long and varied history, represented a constant adaptation to changing circumstances, a testament to human ingenuity in the face of adversity. From simple earthworks to complex stone fortresses, each iteration reflected the technological capabilities, social structures, and military strategies of its era. Yet, through all these transformations, the fundamental essence of the castle remained: a place of refuge, a center of power, and a silent witness to countless generations. Now, as the castle settles into its ancient rhythm, the sounds of its long history soften into a gentle hum. The clatter of armor, the shouts of battle, the murmur of the great hall, all fade into the quietude of stone and time. The castle's protective embrace, honed over centuries, now offers a profound stillness, a deep, encompassing peace. It is a quiet that invites you to join its ancient slumber, to find your own deep rest within its protective embrace, as the night deepens and the world outside fades into an even softer, more distant hum, drawing you further into its tranquil, timeless quiet. Within these ancient stones, the stories of the castle's inhabitants unfold, not with clamor, but with a gentle resonance, like echoes carried on a soft breeze through forgotten corridors. We turn our attention now to the very heart of the castle's defense and daily life, its ingenious mechanisms, and the people who lived and worked within its formidable walls. Consider the drawbridge, a marvel of medieval engineering, a crucial barrier that transformed a castle from a mere building into an unassailable stronghold. The drawbridge was not a simple plank of wood. It was a complex system of levers, chains, and counterweights, designed for both rapid deployment and swift retraction. Early drawbridges were often simple wooden structures, but as castle design evolved, so too did the sophistication of these vital access points. They were typically positioned over a moat, a wide, deep ditch filled with water, which presented the first significant obstacle to any attacking force. The moat itself was a defensive feature, not only impeding direct assault, but also preventing the easy undermining of walls, a common siege tactic. The drawbridge would be lowered across this watery chasm, allowing entry, and then raised vertically against the gatehouse, sealing the entrance. This raising and lowering was achieved through a combination of heavy iron chains or ropes, often connected to a winding mechanism located within the gatehouse itself. Sometimes, the chains would pass over large wooden rollers or pulleys, making the operation smoother and more efficient. The counterweights, often heavy stones or lead weights, were critical in balancing the massive weight of the bridge, allowing a relatively small number of men to raise or lower it. Without these counterweights, the sheer physical effort required would have been immense. The gatehouse, the structure housing the drawbridge mechanism, was a fortress in itself. It was typically one of the most heavily fortified parts of the castle, often featuring multiple layers of defense. Above the drawbridge, one would find machicolations, projecting stone galleries with openings in the floor, through which defenders could drop stones, boiling water, or other projectiles onto attackers directly below. These were formidable deterrents, making any attempt to force the drawbridge entrance extremely perilous. Beyond the drawbridge, the main entrance was further protected by a portcullis, a heavy vertically sliding gate made of wood reinforced with iron, or entirely of iron. The portcullis would drop down into grooves cut into the gatehouse walls, creating a formidable barrier that could be lowered quickly in an emergency. Often, a gatehouse would have 2 or even 3 portcullises, separated by a short passage known as a killing ground or death trap. If attackers managed to breach the first portcullis, they would find themselves trapped in this narrow space, vulnerable to arrows and projectiles from murder holes in the ceiling above. The gatehouse itself was a complex of rooms and passages. It housed the guard room, where soldiers would be stationed day and night, ready to respond to any threat. There might also be living quarters for the gatekeeper and his family, as well as storage rooms for supplies. The walls of the gatehouse were often thicker than other parts of the castle, designed to withstand sustained assault from siege engines. Arrow slits, or loopholes, were strategically placed to allow archers to fire upon attackers with minimal risk to themselves. These slits were often narrow on the outside, but splayed wide on the inside, providing a broader field of fire for the archer. The evolution of these defensive features was a continuous arms race between besiegers and besieged. As siege technology advanced, so too did castle design. The introduction of the trebuchet, a powerful siege engine capable of hurling large projectiles over long distances, necessitated thicker walls and more robust gatehouses. The development of mining and sapping techniques, where attackers would dig tunnels beneath castle walls to cause them to collapse, led to the construction of deeper foundations and countermines. Inside the castle walls, life revolved around the Great Hall, the heart of the castle's social and administrative functions. The Great Hall was a large, open chamber, often extending through 2 stories, with a high, vaulted ceiling. It was here that the lord and lady of the castle would receive guests, hold court, and conduct official business. Meals were served in the Great Hall, often at long wooden tables, with the lord and his family seated at a high table on a raised dais. The atmosphere in the Great Hall would vary dramatically throughout the day. In the morning, it might be a hive of activity, with servants preparing for the day's meals, squires attending to their knights, and scribes working on documents. During mealtimes, it would be filled with the sounds of conversation, laughter, and the clatter of plates and cutlery. In the evenings, after the meal, it might host entertainment, minstrels playing music, jesters performing tricks, or storytellers recounting tales of heroism and adventure. Heating in the Great Hall was provided by a large fireplace, often elaborately carved, which would burn logs throughout the colder months. Smoke would escape through a smoke hole in the roof or through a chimney, a later innovation that significantly improved indoor air quality. Lighting was provided by torches mounted on the walls and by candles placed on tables and in sconces. The flickering light of these flames would cast dancing shadows across the stone walls, creating an intimate and somewhat mysterious ambiance. Beyond the Great Hall, the castle contained a multitude of other rooms, each serving a specific purpose. The lord and lady would have their private chambers, known as the solar and the lady's bower, respectively. These were typically located on an upper floor, offering more privacy and warmth than the communal Great Hall. The solar was often a comfortable room, sometimes paneled with wood, offering a retreat from the public life of the hall. It might contain a bed, a chest for clothing, and a small table for reading or writing. The lady's bower was a similar private space for the lady of the castle, where she might engage in embroidery, supervise household affairs, or simply find quietude. Chapels were an integral part of castle life, reflecting the deep religious devotion of the medieval era. Almost every castle, regardless of its size, contained a chapel, ranging from a small, simple room to an elaborate, decorated structure. These chapels were used for daily prayers, religious services, and important ceremonies such as baptisms and weddings. The castle chaplain, a priest, would reside within the castle, attending to the spiritual needs of its inhabitants. The presence of a chapel underscored the Lord's piety and served as a focal point for the community's faith. Kitchens were bustling, smoky places, often located in a separate building or a distinct wing to minimize the risk of fire spreading to the main castle structures. They featured large open hearths for roasting meats, ovens for baking bread, and huge cauldrons for boiling stews. The castle kitchen staff would be a large and specialized team, including cooks, bakers, scullery maids, and spit turners. The preparation of meals for hundreds of people, sometimes multiple times a day, was a monumental logistical undertaking, were essential for keeping the castle supplied during long sieges. These rooms would be filled with barrels of salted meat, sacks of grain, dried fruits, and cheeses. Wells or cisterns provided a crucial water supply, often located deep within the castle keep or bailey, to protect them from contamination or capture by attackers. The ability to withstand a prolonged siege depended entirely on the castle's capacity to store food, water, and other necessities. The castle keep, or donjon, was the strongest and most defensible part of the castle, often serving as the final refuge during an attack. It was typically a tall, rectangular or cylindrical tower with immensely thick walls and few windows, especially on the lower levels. The entrance to the keep was often on an upper floor, accessed by a removable wooden staircase or ladder, further enhancing its defensibility. Inside, the keep contained multiple levels, with living quarters, storage, and a well. The Lord's private chambers were sometimes located in the keep, offering maximum security. The construction of these massive stone structures was an enormous undertaking, requiring vast resources and skilled labor. Stonemasons were highly respected craftsmen, capable of shaping raw stone into precise blocks that would interlock to form strong, durable walls. Carpenters were needed for timber-framed roofs, floors, and siege engines. Blacksmiths forged iron for gates, hinges, and weapons. Laborers hauled stone, mixed mortar, and dug foundations. The entire process could take decades, spanning generations, and was a testament to the organizational capabilities of medieval society. The cost of building and maintaining a castle was astronomical, representing a significant portion of a lord's wealth. This investment was justified by the protection and prestige that a castle afforded. It was a symbol of power, a military stronghold, and the administrative center of a lord's territory. The castle secured his lands, protected his people, and served as a base from which to project his authority. Life within the castle walls was not solely about defense and administration. It was also a vibrant community. Knights, squires, and pages formed the military corps, training daily in swordsmanship, archery, and horsemanship. The lord and lady presided over a large household, which included not only soldiers but also a wide array of servants, chamberlains, stewards, cooks, bakers, laundresses, stable hands, and many others. Each played a vital role in the functioning of the castle. The daily routine was structured and disciplined. The day would often begin early, with prayers in the chapel, followed by breakfast. The morning would be dedicated to various duties: military training for the knights, administrative tasks for the lord, household management for the lady. The midday meal was a significant event, often followed by more work or leisure activities. Evenings would bring supper, followed by entertainment or quiet reflection before retiring for the night. Education within the castle was often informal but comprehensive. Young nobles, both boys and girls, would be sent to live in the households of other lords and ladies to learn manners, courtly etiquette, and practical skills. Boys would train to become knights, learning warfare, chivalry, and the use of weapons. Girls would learn household management, needlework, and sometimes reading and writing. The castle served as a school, a military academy, and a center for cultural transmission. The castle's defenses were not merely passive structures, they were actively manned and maintained. Sentries would patrol the battlements day and night, keeping watch for any sign of danger. The castle garrison, composed of knights and soldiers, would be ready to defend the walls at a moment's notice. Regular drills and inspections ensured that the defenses were always in a state of readiness. The very air of the castle, even in times of peace, carried an undercurrent of vigilance, a quiet preparedness. Consider the battlements, the crenellated parapets that crowned the castle walls. These distinctive features, with their alternating high sections, merlons, and low sections, crenels, provided essential cover for defenders. Archers could fire through the crenels, then duck behind the merlons for protection. The width of the battlements allowed soldiers to move freely along the wall tops, transporting weapons and supplies to where they were needed most. The arrow slits, or loopholes, were not uniform. Some were simple vertical slits, while others were cross-shaped, allowing archers to fire in multiple directions. These openings were carefully designed to maximize the defender's field of fire while minimizing their exposure to enemy projectiles. The placement of these slits often followed the natural contours of the wall, providing overlapping fields of fire that created deadly zones for attackers. The castle's defenses extended beyond its immediate walls. Outer baileys, or wards, or enclosed courtyards that provided additional space for buildings, stables, and workshops. These outer defenses could be defended in their own right, delaying attackers and providing early warning. The concentric castle, with multiple rings of walls, was the ultimate expression of this layered defense, creating a series of formidable obstacles that attackers had to overcome one by one. The evolution of castles from simple moat and bailey structures to massive stone fortresses reflects centuries of military innovation and adaptation. The moat and bailey, an early form of castle, consisted of an earthen mound, moat, topped with a wooden tower, and an enclosed courtyard, bailey, surrounded by a palisade. While effective for their time, these wooden structures were vulnerable to fire and decay. The transition to stone construction marked a significant leap in defensive capability, creating structures that could endure for centuries. The stone castles of the High Middle Ages were not just military installations. They were symbols of feudal power and authority. They represented the lord's control over his lands and his people. The very sight of a towering stone castle, with its formidable walls and imposing keep, was a powerful deterrent to potential enemies and a reassurance to those under its protection. The castle's influence extended to the surrounding landscape. Villages and towns often grew up around castles, benefiting from their protection and providing services to the castle inhabitants. The castle became the economic and social hub of the region, attracting merchants, artisans, and farmers. The castle's presence shaped the lives of countless individuals, providing a sense of stability in an often turbulent world. Even in times of peace, the castle hummed with activity. The sound of daily life, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the chatter of servants, the distant bleating of sheep in the bailey, the rustle of wind through the banners, created a constant, living symphony. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to pepper the vast dark sky, the castle would gradually settle into a profound quietude. The torches on the walls would be extinguished, one by one, replaced by the softer glow of candles in the private chambers. The great hall, once bustling with activity, would become a cavernous, echoing space, its fireplace embers casting a warm, fading light. The drawbridge would be raised, its heavy chains groaning softly as it ascended, sealing the castle against the night. The sentries on the battlements would continue their lonely vigil, their footsteps muffled by the stone. The only sounds would be the whisper of the wind, the distant hoot of an owl, and the gentle lapping of water in the moat. A sentinel through the ages would embrace the darkness, its ancient stones holding the warmth of the day and the echoes of lives lived within its walls. This deep, encompassing quietude, born from centuries of protective vigilance, now extends to you. The castle, having fulfilled its purpose of safeguarding its inhabitants, now offers its profound stillness, its timeless peace. It invites you to find your own rest within its ancient embrace, to let the stories of its past become a gentle lullaby, a soft murmur against the edges of your awareness. The world outside, with its myriad demands and distractions, recedes, becoming a distant, indistinct hum. You are held within the castle's quiet, a sanctuary of stone and time, as the night deepens further, drawing you into an even more profound and tranquil slumber. The castle, having settled into its nightly rhythm, now holds a profound stillness. The demanding sounds of the day have faded, replaced by an almost palpable quiet that permeates the ancient stones. It is a quiet born not of emptiness, but of deep security and the cessation of activity. Listen closely, and you might almost discern the distant hoot of an owl. These nocturnal hunters, often nesting in the castle's battlements, begin their nightly patrols. Their silent flight is a natural and ancient part of the castle's nocturnal rhythm, a whisper of the wild world just beyond the walls. Sometimes, the calls of owls from the surrounding forests would drift into the castle, a natural lullaby from the wilderness. These sounds are not alarming, but rather a soft confirmation of the living world outside, held at a peaceful distance by the castle's protective embrace. The castle's resident owls, perched on high ledges, silently survey the sleeping landscape. Their keen eyes pierce the darkness, observing the quiet world from their elevated vantage points, ever watchful, yet utterly still. Inside the castle, other silent guardians are at work. The castle's resident cat, a silent hunter of mice, moves like a shadow through the corridors. Its presence is barely perceptible, a soft, almost ethereal movement in the moonlit halls. These castle cats, essential for pest control, would silently patrol the darkened passages. Their soft paws make no sound on the cold stone, a quiet efficiency in the service of the castle's inhabitants. Meanwhile, the castle dogs, loyal companions and guards, would curl up by the hearths. Their soft snores add a gentle rhythmic sound to the symphony of the sleeping castle, a comforting presence after a day of vigilance. After a day of guarding, these resident dogs would find their rest by the dying embers. Their breathing would be slow and even, a picture of contented slumber, their duties temporarily set aside. High in one of the castle's towers, The pigeon loft houses hundreds of birds. All are quiet and roosting now, their familiar coos silenced until the first light of dawn. They sleep in their communal sanctuary, undisturbed. Dovecotes, often integrated into the castle's structure, would hold these sleeping pigeons. The soft cooing that fills the daytime air is replaced by the complete quiet of night, a temporary hush in their busy lives. The castle's resident falconer, having carefully put away his magnificent birds, would also be resting. His hawks, hooded and quiet on their perches, await the morning, their sharp senses dulled for the night. A soft murmur might occasionally be heard, the sound of a night watchman. This is a reassuring sound in the quiet darkness, a gentle reminder of the continuous vigilance that underpins the castle's peace. Castle guards, during their night watches, move with a quiet, measured pace. Their footsteps are often muffled by the thick stone corridors, a soft shuffle that barely disturbs the deep quiet. Sentinels on the battlements walk their rounds with a measured, quiet rhythm. Their footsteps are barely audible, becoming part of the night's calm, almost imperceptible presence against the vastness of the night sky. The castle's watchtower, though manned, exudes a sense of quiet vigilance. Its occupants gaze into the silent night, their focus unbroken, their presence a silent assurance. These watchtowers, offering panoramic views, are manned by quiet sentinels. They gaze at the star-filled sky, their thoughts perhaps wandering, yet their attention remains on the safety of the castle. The soft breathing of sleeping guards, stationed at strategic points, would be among the few human sounds in the deepest hours of the night. These are the sounds of rest, even amidst duty. The watchman's horn, if sounded, would be a rare and distant call. More often, it would signal a peaceful changing of the guard, rather than an alarm, a gentle punctuation mark in the night. The castle's battlements, where archers once stood ready, are now empty and quiet. They offer only the wind's soft sigh, a natural sound that sweeps across the ancient stones, carrying no threat. These battlements, offering panoramic views, become lonely, wind-swept perches for the night watch. They stand as a testament to past defenses, now softened by the quietude of the sleeping hours. The murder holes above the gate, though formidable in their design, are silent and unseen. They are merely dark openings in the sleepy architecture, their purpose dormant until needed. The castle's chapel, a place of solace and reflection, is dark and still. Its altar might be bathed in the faint glow of eternal lamps, a tiny beacon of enduring peace within the stone walls. Monks or chaplains within the castle would observe quiet vespers, their chants a low, soothing hum before the night's full silence. This ritual adds a layer of spiritual calm to the castle's nightly repose. The chapel within the castle walls offers a final quiet space for contemplation before sleep. It is a sanctuary within a sanctuary, a place where thoughts can settle and find peace. The castle's chapel bell, if rung, would toll a final, soft curfew. This gentle sound signals the end of the day's activities, a quiet call to rest that echoes softly through the courtyards. The castle's private chapel would be a place of quiet reflection, its altar perhaps bathed in the soft glow of a single vigil lamp, a small flame against the vast darkness. This chapel, often a quiet sanctuary during the day, becomes even more still at night. Its stained glass windows, dark against the sky, hold the stories of light and color until the morning. Castle bells, used for signaling and marking time, remain silent through the night. They await the first light of dawn, when their chimes will once again announce the start of a new day. The castle's bell tower, its bell silent for the night, stands tall. Its silhouette is a familiar comfort against the moonlit sky, a steadfast guardian even in its quietude. Secret passages, if they existed within the castle's complex architecture, remain undisturbed and silent. Their hidden entrances blend seamlessly into the sleeping walls, their secrets held close. The castle's dungeons, though grim in their purpose, are silent and unmoving. Their heavy doors are sealed against all disturbance, their darkness profound and undisturbed. These cold and silent dungeons offer a stark contrast to the relative warmth and comfort of the upper chambers. They are a reminder of the castle's full spectrum of life, now all at rest. The castle's inner courtyard, once a bustling space of activity, becomes a serene open-air chamber. It lies open to the quiet expanse of the night sky, a tranquil heart within the stone shell. This inner courtyard, bustling with activity by day, is transformed into a peaceful, open space under the night sky. Often a lone well at its center stands as a silent sentinel. Moonlight filters through narrow arrow slits, painting soft, silver streaks across the stone floors. These delicate patterns shift slowly as the moon traverses the sky, a quiet dance of light and shadow. Small, narrow windows, known as arrow slits, allow only slivers of moonlight to penetrate. This design keeps chambers dim and conducive to sleep, minimizing disturbance from the outside world. Castle windows, often small and set high in the walls, frame slivers of the night sky. They offer a quiet, distant view of the stars, a glimpse of the vast universe beyond the castle's embrace. The moon, a silent sentinel, casts its pale light over the sleeping castle. It illuminates its ancient stones, highlighting textures and shadows, a gentle observer of the castle's slumber. The castle walls themselves, thick and strong, offer a sense of profound security. They form a cozy cocoon against the outside world, a comforting shell around all within. These thick stone walls are excellent insulators. They keep the sleeping chambers cool in summer and provide a subtle warmth in winter, regulating the environment for peaceful rest. The thickness of these stone walls also muffles any distant sounds. This natural soundproofing ensures a deep and undisturbed sleep, creating an extraordinary sense of quietude within. The castle's walls, built from massive stones, absorb the day's heat. They slowly radiate it back through the night, providing a subtle, consistent warmth that permeates the sleeping chambers. The silence of the night allows the castle's inhabitants to truly unwind and find peace. It is a silence that invites introspection and peaceful dreams, a deep quiet that settles the mind. The castle's resident gatekeeper, after securing the drawbridge for the night, would retreat to his small, quiet dwelling within the gatehouse. His duties fulfilled, he too finds his rest. The history of castles is filled with moments of intense activity, with sieges and celebrations, but it is also marked by long, peaceful nights when the fortress becomes a home. This history is not just about battles and grand events, but also about the quiet moments of daily life and rest. It is about the rhythms of existence within these formidable structures. The concept of a sleepy history invites us to imagine the castle not just as a fortress, but as a home at rest. It is a place where time slows and the world outside recedes. The entire castle, from its deepest dungeons to its highest towers, falls into a profound, sleepy quiet. Every stone, every beam, every shadowed corner participates in this deep slumber. The castle's very stones, having witnessed centuries of human endeavor, seem to hum with a quiet, ancient energy. This energy is a gentle presence as the world sleeps around them. And so, the castle sleeps, its ancient stones holding countless stories of knights, of drawbridges, and of candlelit nights. It rests, a silent guardian of its own enduring peace. The gentle current of time flows slowly through its chambers. Each passing moment adds to its quiet history, a soft, continuous stream that carries you deeper into a tranquil state. The castle's quiet embrace continues to hold you. It is a place where the echoes of the past become a part of the present stillness, a soft, comforting presence that encourages a profound and peaceful rest. The gentle current of time flows slowly through its chambers. Each passing moment adds to its quiet history, a soft, continuous stream that carries you deeper into a tranquil state. The castle's quiet embrace continues to hold you. It is a place where the echoes of the past become a part of the present stillness, a soft, comforting presence that encourages a profound and peaceful rest. Within these ancient walls, the story of the castle unfolds in layers. It is a narrative built stone by stone through centuries of quiet observation. The castle's purpose was multifaceted. It served as a military stronghold, a center of administration, and a symbol of power and prestige. Its design reflected these varied roles. Consider the early modern Bailey castles. These were among the first true castles, emerging in the 10th and 11th centuries. They offered relatively quick construction. A moat was a raised earth mound, often topped with a wooden tower or keep. The bailey was a walled courtyard, typically enclosed by a palisade and a ditch. The wooden structures were vulnerable to fire, prompting a gradual shift towards stone construction. This transition marked a significant evolution in castle architecture. Stone castles offered superior defense. Their thick walls could withstand siege engines more effectively than timber. The construction process, however, was far more arduous and time-consuming. The keep, or donjon, became the central and strongest part of many stone castles. It served as the lord's residence, a final refuge during an attack. Keeps varied in design. Some were square or rectangular, like the White Tower in the Tower of London. Others were circular, offering better resistance to undermining. The walls of a keep could be several meters thick, providing insulation against both attack and the elements. Narrow windows, often mere slits, offered light and ventilation, while minimizing defensive vulnerabilities. Inside, keeps were divided into multiple floors. The ground floor often housed storage, perhaps a well, and sometimes a dungeon. The main hall, or Great Hall, was typically on a higher floor. This grand space served for feasting, receiving guests, and holding court. It was the heart of the castle's social life. Above the Great Hall might be the lord's private chambers, offering more comfort and privacy. These rooms often featured fireplaces for warmth, and perhaps even rudimentary latrines, known as garderobes. Garderobes were simple chutes built into the wall, discharging waste directly outside or into a cesspit. While basic, they represented a significant amenity for the time. The outer defenses of a castle were equally vital. The curtain wall, encircling the entire complex, was the primary line of defense. These walls were often topped with battlements, featuring crenels and merlons. Crenels were the open spaces through which defenders could fire arrows or drop stones. Merlons were the solid sections that provided cover. Walkways along the top of the curtain wall, known as wall walks or allure, allowed defenders to move quickly and observe the surrounding landscape. Towers were strategically placed along the curtain wall. These offered flanking fire, meaning defenders could shoot at attackers approaching the wall from multiple angles. Gatehouses were the most vulnerable points of a castle, and thus the most heavily fortified. They evolved into complex structures designed to trap and repel attackers. A typical gatehouse might feature multiple gates, portcullises, and murder holes. Portcullises were heavy grills, usually made of wood or iron, that could be lowered quickly to block an entrance. Murder holes were openings in the ceiling of a gate passage, through which defenders could drop stones, pour boiling water, or shoot arrows onto attackers trapped below. The drawbridge was an integral part of the gatehouse defense. It spanned the moat, providing access but could be raised quickly to isolate the castle. Drawbridges were operated by chains or ropes, often connected to a counterweight system within the gatehouse. Their raising and lowering were precise, controlled movements. The moat itself was a significant defensive feature. It could be filled with water or simply be a dry ditch, presenting an obstacle to attackers and siege engines. Beyond defense, castles were centers of daily life. The bailey, the open courtyard, housed various essential buildings. These might include stables for horses, smithies for metalwork, bakeries for bread, and kitchens for preparing meals. A chapel was also a common feature, serving the spiritual needs of the castle's inhabitants. The castle kitchen was a bustling place. Large fireplaces were used for roasting meats, and ovens for baking. Food preparation was a labor-intensive process. Water was often drawn from a well within the castle walls, ensuring a supply even under siege. This well was a critical resource, its location carefully chosen. Candlelit halls were the norm after sunset. Torches and oil lamps also provided illumination, casting flickering shadows on the stone walls. Candles were made from beeswax or tallow. Beeswax candles burned cleaner and produced less smoke, but were more expensive. Tallow candles made from animal fat were more common for everyday use. The light from these sources was dim by modern standards, creating an intimate and often mysterious atmosphere within the castle's chambers. Knights were central figures in the castle's military and social structure. They were trained warriors, bound by a code of chivalry. Their training began at a young age, often as pages, learning manners, basic combat skills, and serving the lord and lady. Later, as squires, they would assist a knight, learning advanced combat, horsemanship, and the practicalities of warfare. They would care for the knight's armor and weapons. The ceremony of knighting was a significant event, marking the squire's transition to full knighthood. It often involved a vigil, a bath, and a blessing. Knights wore armor that evolved over centuries. Early armor consisted of chainmail, a mesh of interlocking metal rings. This offered good protection against cuts, but was vulnerable to blunt force. Later, plate armor became prevalent, offering superior protection. Full plate armor was a marvel of medieval engineering, custom-fitted and articulated to allow movement. Despite its weight, a well-made suit of plate armor allowed a knight considerable agility. It could weigh between 45 to 65 pounds, distributed evenly across the body. The knight's primary weapons included swords, lances, and maces. The sword was a symbol of knighthood, often passed down through generations. Lances were long, heavy spears used in cavalry charges, designed to unhorse an opponent. Maces were blunt weapons, effective against armored foes. Life within the castle was governed by a strict hierarchy. The lord and lady were at the top, followed by their household staff, knights, and other retainers. The lord was responsible for the defense of the castle, the administration of his lands, and the welfare of his people. He dispensed justice and led his forces in battle. The lady of the castle managed the household, oversaw the servants, and often played a significant role in estate management, especially when the lord was away. Children in the castle learned their roles from an early age. Boys might train for knighthood, while girls learned household management, embroidery, and sometimes reading and writing. Entertainment in the castle included feasting, music, storytelling, and games. Minstrels and jesters often provided amusement in the Great Hall. Chess and backgammon were popular board games. Outdoor activities might include hunting and hawking, which were both sport and a means of acquiring food. The castle's purpose gradually changed over time. As gunpowder weapons became more sophisticated, the thick stone walls that once offered impregnable defense became vulnerable. Cannons could batter down walls that had resisted earlier siege engines. This led to adaptations in castle design, such as lower, thicker walls and angled bastions. Eventually, the military function of castles declined. Many were converted into comfortable residences, their defensive features softened or removed. Others fell into ruin, abandoned to the elements, their stones slowly reclaimed by nature. Yet, their silent forms continue to stand, remnants of a bygone era. The castle you envision now holds these stories within its very fabric. Each stone, each shadow, each whisper of the wind carries the echoes of its past. It is a place of enduring peace, where the passage of time has smoothed the edges of history, leaving behind a tranquil stillness. The faint glow of a distant candle might still be imagined, casting long, gentle shadows across an empty hall. The soft rustle of unseen tapestries seems to murmur ancient tales. The quiet hum of the castle's long existence continues, a soothing presence that surrounds you. It is a gentle current, carrying you further into a deep and unwavering calm. This quiet current flows onward, a continuous, soft stream. It moves through the castle's inner chambers, touching each ancient stone, each forgotten corner. The castle's enduring presence is a source of profound tranquility. It stands as a testament to time, a silent witness to centuries of change, yet it remains constant in its quietude. The sense of peace here is absolute. It is a stillness that permeates every part of this ancient structure. A soft, comforting blanket that encourages a deeper, more profound rest. The gentle current of the castle's history continues to flow, a quiet river of time. It carries you now into an even deeper state of calm, a truly peaceful slumber. The castle's quietude deepens with the fading light. Each stone holds a story, whispered through ages. These stories are not loud, but soft, like the rustle of old tapestries. Consider the castle's inner paths. Beyond the Great Hall, smaller corridors branched. These were often dimly lit, even in daylight. Narrow staircases spiraled upwards or downwards. They connected different levels, different functions. Some led to guard posts, others to private chambers. The castle's layout was a careful maze of protection and convenience. Servants used specific passages. Knights moved through others. The lord and lady had their own private ways. These paths were designed for efficiency and security. They allowed movement without disturbing the main activities. Imagine the soft padding of feet on stone, the gentle echo of a distant door closing. These sounds were part of the castle's nightly rhythm. The castle's inner workings were a network of quiet passages. These hidden routes ensured privacy. They also offered escape in times of siege. Secret doors were sometimes built into walls. They blended seamlessly with the stone. These were known only to a trusted few. Such hidden paths added another layer to the castle's mystery. They were silent witnesses to centuries of life within the walls. Each turn in a corridor, each step on a stair, held a purpose. The castle's design was a testament to thoughtful planning. It was a place of both grandeur and quiet utility. The whispered paths of the castle invite a gentle journey. They lead deeper into its peaceful embrace. A soft, comforting stillness settles around you. The castle sleeps now, its ancient stones holding quiet dreams. The castle sleeps now, a quiet sentinel under the moon. The castle sleeps now, a quiet sentinel under the moon. Its massive timbers and meticulously cut stones whispering tales of strategic ingenuity and the evolving art of defense that shape these formidable structures across the ages. From the earliest moat and bailey constructions, which represented a relatively swift and economical method of establishing a fortified presence in newly conquered or contested lands, to the later, more complex concentric castles, each architectural innovation was a direct response to advancements in siege warfare and the ever-present need for increased security. The initial moat, an artificial mound of earth often topped with a wooden tower known as a keep, provided a commanding view of the surrounding landscape and a defensible strongpoint, while the bailey, an enclosed courtyard at its base, housed domestic buildings, stables, and workshops, creating a self-sufficient community protected by a palisade and ditch. The transition from wood to stone marked a pivotal moment in castle development, offering unparalleled durability and fire resistance against the incendiary tactics often employed by besieging armies, leading to the construction of massive stone keeps that became the heart of many early medieval castles. These early stone keeps, often square or rectangular in plan, featured immensely thick walls designed to withstand prolonged bombardment from early siege engines, and their elevated positions made direct assault exceedingly difficult, forcing attackers to resort to more protracted and resource-intensive siege operations. Within these formidable keeps, multiple stories housed the lord's private chambers, a great hall for feasting and administration, storerooms for provisions, and even chapels, all interconnected by narrow, defensible staircases that could be easily blocked or defended by a small number of men. The strategic placement of arrow slits, carefully angled to provide maximum coverage of the exterior while minimizing exposure for archers within, was a fundamental defensive feature, allowing defenders to rain down arrows upon attackers approaching the base of the walls. As siege technology advanced, with the introduction of more powerful trebuchets and mangonels capable of hurling massive projectiles, castle design evolved further, leading to the development of curtain walls, which were continuous, high stone walls encircling the entire castle complex, often punctuated by strategically placed towers. These curtain walls, sometimes several meters thick, provided a formidable barrier, forcing attackers to breach multiple layers of defense before reaching the inner sanctum of the keep, and their height made scaling them a perilous undertaking, even with the use of siege ladders. The towers integrated into these curtain walls, initially square or rectangular, later transitioned to round or D-shaped designs, which offered superior structural integrity against undermining and deflected projectiles more effectively than flat surfaces, reducing the impact of direct hits. These towers also provided flanking fire, allowing defenders to shoot along the length of the wall, catching attackers in a deadly crossfire as they attempted to scale or breach the curtain. The development of the concentric castle, epitomized by structures like Caerphilly or Beaumaris, represented the pinnacle of medieval defensive architecture, featuring multiple rings of walls, each lower than the one behind it, creating a layered defense that was incredibly difficult to overcome. This innovative design meant that if an outer wall was breached, the attackers would find themselves in a killing ground, exposed to fire from the higher inner walls and towers, effectively turning each successive layer into a new, formidable obstacle. The outer walls of these concentric castles were often equipped with numerous turrets, battlements, and hoardings, which were temporary wooden galleries projecting from the top of the walls, allowing defenders to drop stones, boiling water, or other projectiles directly onto attackers at the base. The gatehouses, once simple entrances, evolved into complex defensive structures themselves, featuring multiple gates, portcullises, murder holes, and barbicans, which were fortified outworks guarding the main entrance, creating a series of choke points designed to trap and eliminate attackers. The drawbridge, a quintessential feature of many castles, served as a critical component of the gatehouse defense, providing a flexible barrier that could be quickly raised to deny access across the moat, isolating the castle from external threats. These ingenious mechanisms, often operated by chains or ropes connected to counterweights within the gatehouse, allowed for rapid control over entry and exit, making surprise attacks on the main gate exceedingly difficult and providing valuable time for defenders to prepare. The moat itself, whether wet or dry, acted as an initial line of defense, creating a significant obstacle that attackers had to overcome before even reaching the castle walls, often requiring the construction of temporary bridges or the filling of the ditch, both time-consuming and dangerous endeavors. Wet moats, fed by rivers or diverted streams, added an extra layer of difficulty, making undermining the walls or using siege towers considerably more challenging due to the unstable ground and the presence of water. Beyond their military functions, castles served as administrative centers, symbols of power, and residences for the nobility, necessitating the inclusion of various domestic and ceremonial spaces within their fortified confines. The Great Hall, often the largest and most impressive room, functioned as the primary gathering place for feasts, judicial proceedings, and official receptions. Its high ceilings and often elaborate decorations reflecting the lord's status and wealth. Within the castle complex, a chapel or church was an essential spiritual component, providing a place for daily worship and important religious ceremonies, often featuring intricate carvings and stained glass windows, even in otherwise austere military structures. The kitchens, usually located in a separate building or a distinct part of the castle to minimize fire risk, were bustling hubs of activity, equipped with massive fireplaces, ovens, and preparation areas to feed the large household and garrison. The castle's water supply was a critical consideration for its long-term viability, especially during a siege, leading to the construction of deep wells within the castle walls, or the development of sophisticated rainwater collection systems, ensuring a continuous supply of fresh water. Latrines, often referred to as garderobes, were ingeniously designed as chutes projecting from the castle walls, allowing waste to drop directly into the moat or a cesspit below, representing an early form of sanitation, albeit a rudimentary one. Storerooms and cellars, often located in the lower levels of the keep or within the bailey, were essential for stockpiling provisions such as grain, salted meat, wine, and other necessities, allowing the castle to withstand prolonged sieges and sustain its inhabitants for extended periods. The castle's economy was often supported by workshops within the bailey, where blacksmiths, carpenters, and other artisans produced and repaired tools, weapons, and household items, making the castle a largely self-sufficient entity. role of the knight, a central figure in the medieval castle narrative, extended far beyond mere combat, encompassing duties of loyalty, governance, and the maintenance of order within the lord's domain. Knights, typically members of the nobility, underwent rigorous training from a young age, learning horsemanship, swordsmanship, and the complex codes of chivalry that governed their conduct both on and off the battlefield. Their armor, evolving from simple chainmail to elaborate plate armor, represented a significant investment and offered substantial protection against the weapons of the era, though it was heavy and required considerable strength and stamina to wear in combat. The knight's horse, often a specially bred warhorse known as a destrier, was itself a valuable asset, trained for battle and capable of carrying the heavily armored rider into the thick of the fray, adding to the knight's formidable presence. During times of peace, knights served as administrators, judges, and enforcers of the Lord's will, maintaining law and order, collecting taxes, and overseeing the daily operations of the castle and its surrounding lands. They participated in tournaments and jousts, which served not only as entertainment, but also as valuable training exercises, allowing knights to hone their combat skills and display their prowess in a controlled environment. The heraldry displayed on their shields and banners, with its intricate symbols and colors, served as a visual identification system, allowing knights to be recognized on the battlefield and signifying their lineage and allegiance. The concept of chivalry, though often idealized, provided a moral framework for knightly conduct, emphasizing virtues such as courage, honor, loyalty, and courtesy, influencing the social fabric of medieval society. The castle's garrison, comprised of knights, men-at-arms, archers, and various other soldiers, formed the core defensive force, responsible for manning the walls, operating siege engines, and conducting patrols to ensure the castle's security. Archers, particularly those wielding the longbow or crossbow, played a crucial role in castle defense, their ability to deliver a high volume of projectiles from a distance, making them invaluable in repelling attacks. The longbow, a powerful weapon requiring immense strength and skill to master, could pierce armor at close range and had a rapid rate of fire, while the crossbow, though slower to reload, offered greater accuracy and required less training to operate effectively. Watchmen, stationed in strategic towers and on the battlements, maintained a constant vigil, scanning the horizon for approaching enemies or any signs of trouble, their calls echoing through the quiet night to alert the garrison. The construction of a castle was an immense undertaking, requiring vast resources, skilled labor, and many years, sometimes even decades to complete, representing a monumental investment for the lord who commissioned it. Master masons, highly skilled craftsmen, oversaw the cutting, shaping, and precise placement of thousands of tons of stone, often sourced from nearby quarries and transported to the site with considerable effort. Carpenters were essential for constructing wooden scaffolding, roofs, floors, and the intricate mechanisms of drawbridges and portcullises, their knowledge of timber framing being critical to the castle's structural integrity. Laborers, often drawn from the local populace, performed the arduous tasks of digging moats, moving earth, and hauling materials, their collective effort transforming landscapes and erecting these enduring monuments. The castle's interior, particularly in later periods, could be surprisingly comfortable and even luxurious, with tapestries adorning the stone walls to provide insulation and decoration, adding warmth and color to the otherwise austere chambers. Fireplaces, often elaborately carved, were essential for heating the rooms, their flues carefully designed to draw smoke away from the living spaces, providing a degree of comfort during cold medieval winters. Furniture, though often sparse by modern standards, included large wooden tables, benches, chests for storage, and four-poster beds, sometimes draped with rich fabrics to provide privacy and warmth. Candles and oil lamps provided illumination, casting flickering shadows that danced across the stone walls, creating an intimate and often mysterious atmosphere within the castle's depths. The castle's influence extended beyond its physical walls, shaping the political, economic, and social landscape of the surrounding region, acting as a focal point for trade, justice, and community life. Markets often sprang up outside the castle gates, attracting merchants and farmers, fostering economic activity and providing essential goods and services to the castle inhabitants and local populace. The lord of the castle held significant power and authority, acting as judge, landlord, and military leader, his decisions impacting the lives of everyone within his domain. The castle's presence often encouraged the growth of towns and villages nearby, as people sought the protection and economic opportunities offered by its proximity, leading to the development of fortified towns with their own walls and defenses. The decline of castles as primary defensive structures began with the advent of gunpowder artillery, which rendered even the thickest stone walls vulnerable to sustained bombardment, leading to a shift in military architecture. The development of powerful cannons capable of breaching curtain walls and keeps meant that the traditional high, thin walls of medieval castles were no longer sufficient, forcing military engineers to rethink defensive strategies. This led to the construction of star forts, with their low, thick, angled bastions designed to deflect cannon fire and provide extensive fields of fire for their own artillery, a stark contrast to the towering structures of the medieval era. However, many castles found new life as grand residences, their defensive features becoming more symbolic than functional, adapted for comfort and display rather than pure military might. Despite their eventual obsolescence as military strongholds, castles continued to hold immense cultural and historical significance, becoming enduring symbols of medieval power, romance, and architectural ingenuity. They stand as tangible links to a distant past, offering insights into the lives of the people who built, lived in, and defended them, revealing the complex interplay of warfare, politics, and daily life in the Middle Ages. The meticulous preservation efforts of modern historians and conservationists ensure that these magnificent structures continue to inspire awe and curiosity, inviting visitors to step back in time and imagine the vibrant, often turbulent world they once embodied. Each weathered stone, each silent archway, each forgotten passage within these ancient fortresses holds a story, a whisper of the centuries that have passed, inviting a deeper understanding of human endeavor and the relentless march of time. The castle sleeps now, its ancient stones holding quiet dreams, a testament to human ingenuity and resilience, its history etched into every enduring wall and silent courtyard, inviting a peaceful contemplation of its long and storied past. The castle sleeps now, its ancient stones holding quiet dreams, a testament to human ingenuity and resilience, its history etched into every enduring wall and silent courtyard, inviting a peaceful contemplation of its long and storied past. Beyond the immediate defenses of the drawbridge and the towering curtain walls, the internal layout of a medieval castle was a meticulously planned ecosystem designed for both defense and daily life. A complex arrangement of buildings and open spaces that served a multitude of functions for its inhabitants. The heart of many early castles was often a moat and bailey design, where a raised earthen mound, the moat, supported a wooden or later stone keep, while a larger enclosed courtyard, the bailey, housed various ancillary structures necessary for the castle's self-sufficiency. As castle architecture evolved, the moat often gave way to more sophisticated stone keeps and concentric defenses, but the principle of distinct functional zones remained paramount, ensuring that every part of the fortress contributed to its overall strength and operational efficiency. Within the bailey, or later within the more complex inner and outer wards of a concentric castle, one would find a bustling community, each building serving a specific purpose vital to the castle's survival and the comfort of its lord and his retinue. The Great Hall, often the largest and most prominent building after the keep, served as the primary communal space, a grand chamber where the lord held court, entertained guests, and where the entire household, from knights to servants, gathered for meals and important announcements. Its soaring ceilings, often adorned with intricate timberwork, and its massive fireplace, capable of warming such a vast space, spoke of its central importance to the castle's social and administrative life, a place where justice was dispensed and alliances were forged over shared feasts. Adjacent to the Great Hall, or sometimes integrated into its structure, lay the private chambers of the lord and lady, known as the solar and the lady's bower respectively, offering a degree of privacy and comfort not found in the more public areas of the castle. These private apartments, often located on an upper floor for added security and warmth, would feature smaller, more intimate fireplaces, windows with wooden shutters, or even glazed panes in later periods, and sometimes even a private latrine known as a garderobe, a simple chute emptying into the moat or a cesspit below. The solar, derived from the Latin solarium meaning sunny place, was typically a well-lit room where the lord could conduct private business, study, or relax away from the clamor of the Great Hall, while the lady's bower provided a space for embroidery, reading, or supervising the household staff. The chapel was another indispensable component of any medieval castle, reflecting the profound religious devotion of the era and serving as a spiritual anchor for the entire community residing within the walls. These chapels, ranging from small, simple altars in a corner of the Great Hall to elaborate freestanding structures with stained glass and intricate carvings, were where daily prayers were offered, masses were celebrated, and important ceremonies like baptisms and weddings took place, reinforcing the divine right of the Lord and providing solace to the inhabitants. The castle's spiritual well-being was considered as crucial as its physical defenses, and the presence of a resident chaplain or priest was commonplace, ensuring regular religious observance. For the practical necessities of daily life, a castle required extensive service buildings, each meticulously designed for its specific function. The kitchen, often a separate building or a distinct wing to minimize the risk of fires spreading to the main residential structures, was a hive of activity, featuring enormous hearths, ovens for baking bread, and spits for roasting meats, all managed by a dedicated team of cooks and scullions. Its thick stone walls and sometimes vaulted ceilings were built to withstand the intense heat and constant use, while its proximity to the Great Hall allowed for efficient serving of meals, a logistical challenge given the sheer volume of food prepared for the lord, his family, and his numerous retainers. Storage was paramount in a castle, given the need to withstand sieges and maintain a large household, leading to the construction of specialized storerooms and cellars. The buttery was used for storing beverages, particularly ale and wine, and was typically located near the Great Hall for easy access during meals. while the pantry, derived from the Latin panis, meaning bread, held bread and other dry goods. Deeper cellars, often dug into the bedrock beneath the castle, provided cool, dark spaces for preserving perishable foods like root vegetables, salted meats, and cheeses, ensuring a steady supply of provisions, even during prolonged periods of isolation. The castle's well or cistern, providing a reliable source of fresh water, was perhaps the most critical infrastructure element, often protected within the inner ward and sometimes even within the keep itself, as access to water was a primary target for besieging forces. The castle's defensive capabilities were not solely reliant on its walls and towers. The strategic placement and design of its gates were equally crucial, evolving from simple wooden barriers to complex gatehouses that became formidable defensive structures in their own right. Early gatehouses were relatively straightforward, but by the High Middle Ages, they had transformed into multi-story fortresses, often incorporating multiple layers of defense, such as portcullises, heavy wooden or iron grills that could be lowered quickly to block an entrance, and murder holes, openings in the ceiling through which defenders could drop stones, boiling water, or other projectiles onto attackers trapped below. The approach to the gate was often designed to expose attackers to fire from the flanking towers, creating a killing ground where assailants would be vulnerable from multiple directions, a testament to the sophisticated understanding of defensive geometry. The concept of concentric castles, which emerged prominently in the 13th century, particularly influenced by Crusader fortifications in the Holy Land, represented a pinnacle of medieval defensive architecture, offering multiple rings of defense that made them incredibly difficult to breach. These castles featured an inner ward completely enclosed by a taller, stronger wall, which was then surrounded by a lower outer wall, creating a layered defense where the inner wall could fire over the outer wall, providing overlapping fields of fire and making it almost impossible for attackers to find cover. The space between the inner and outer walls, known as the death zone, was designed to trap and expose attackers to a barrage of arrows, crossbow bolts, and other projectiles from both sets of battlements, illustrating a profound understanding of tactical defense. Beyond their military function, castles also served as centers of administration, justice, and economic activity, acting as focal points for the surrounding territories and embodying the lord's authority and power. The constable, often a trusted knight or noble, was responsible for the day-to-day running of the castle, overseeing its defenses, managing its garrison, and ensuring the smooth operation of its various departments, a role requiring significant organizational and leadership skills. The castle court, presided over by the lord or his appointed representative, settled disputes, administered justice, and enforced local laws, making the castle a symbol of order and governance in an often turbulent world. The presence of a substantial garrison was essential for both defense and maintaining order, comprising knights, men-at-arms, archers, and various support personnel, all housed within the castle walls. Barracks, though often less comfortable than the lord's quarters, provided sleeping arrangements for these soldiers, while armories stored weapons, armor, and siege equipment, meticulously maintained and ready for immediate deployment. Training grounds within the bailey, or just outside the walls, allowed soldiers to practice their skills, ensuring they remained proficient with their weapons and prepared for any potential conflict, a constant readiness that underpinned the castle's security. The logistics of supplying a castle, especially during a siege, were immense, requiring careful planning and substantial resources. Food, water, fuel, and military supplies had to be stockpiled, often for months or even years, necessitating large storage facilities and an efficient system of inventory management. The castle's economy was often self-sustaining to a large degree, with surrounding lands providing agricultural produce, timber for construction and fuel, and quarries supplying stone for repairs and new building projects, creating a complex web of interdependence between the castle and its surrounding domains. The evolution of castle design was heavily influenced by advancements in siege warfare, with each new offensive innovation prompting a defensive countermeasure, creating a continuous architectural arms race. The introduction of the trebuchet, a powerful siege engine capable of hurling massive projectiles over long distances, led to thicker walls and more robust towers, designed to absorb and deflect the impact of these devastating weapons. The development of mining techniques, where attackers would tunnel under castle walls to collapse them, spurred defenders to dig countermines and to reinforce foundations, demonstrating an ongoing struggle between ingenuity in attack and resilience in defense. The transition from timber to stone in castle construction marked a significant leap in defensive capability and longevity, though it was a far more expensive and labor-intensive undertaking. Stone castles offered superior protection against fire and siege engines, and their permanence solidified the lord's claim to the land, becoming enduring symbols of power and stability. The process of quarrying, transporting, and shaping massive blocks of stone required skilled masons, carpenters, and laborers, often employing hundreds of workers for decades, a monumental effort that reflected the strategic importance of these fortifications. The sophisticated engineering involved in castle construction extended to features like postern gates, small, discreet doorways, usually located in a less conspicuous part of the wall, often leading to a ditch or a hidden path. These gates served multiple purposes, allowing small parties to sally forth for reconnaissance or to attack besiegers from the rear, providing a means of escape during a siege, or facilitating secret communication with allies outside the walls, adding another layer of tactical flexibility to the castle's defenses. Their narrow, often winding passages and concealed locations made them difficult for attackers to discover or exploit, highlighting the thoughtful consideration given to every potential vulnerability. The domestic life within a castle, while often romanticized, was a blend of comfort and hardship, dictated by the seasons, the political climate, and the lord's wealth. Heating was a constant challenge, with large fireplaces consuming vast quantities of wood, and drafts being a perpetual issue in stone buildings, making textiles like tapestries and hangings not just decorative, but essential for insulation. Lighting was primarily provided by candles and oil lamps, casting flickering shadows across the great halls and private chambers, making evening activities reliant on these limited and often smoky sources of illumination. The castle's role as a cultural hub also cannot be overstated, often hosting traveling minstrels, poets, and scholars who brought news, entertainment, and intellectual stimulation to the isolated communities within its walls. These performances and intellectual exchanges provided a vital connection to the wider world, enriching the lives of the castle inhabitants and fostering a sense of community and shared identity. The lord's patronage of arts and letters further enhanced the castle's prestige, attracting skilled artisans and fostering a vibrant cultural environment that extended beyond its purely military functions. Sanitation, while rudimentary by modern standards, was a critical consideration in castle design to prevent disease among its dense population. Garderobes, while simple, were strategically placed to ensure waste was discharged away from living areas and water sources, often into the moat or a designated cesspit that could be periodically emptied. The castle's well or cistern was carefully protected from contamination, and efforts were made to manage refuse, though the sheer volume of waste generated by a large household presented an ongoing challenge, influencing the health and well-being of all who resided within the walls. The construction of castles often involved the modification of natural terrain, with engineers skillfully integrating the fortress into its landscape to maximize defensive advantages. Building on hilltops, cliffs, or islands provided natural barriers, making approach difficult for attackers and offering commanding views of the surrounding countryside, allowing defenders to spot approaching enemies from a great distance. The strategic choice of location was as important as the architectural design itself, a testament to the holistic approach to medieval fortification. The castle's influence extended far beyond its physical walls, shaping the political, social, and economic landscape of the medieval world, acting as a symbol of feudal power and a cornerstone of regional governance. The lord of the castle held sway over the surrounding lands and their inhabitants, collecting taxes, administering justice, and raising armies, making the castle the undisputed center of his dominion. Its presence often spurred the growth of towns and villages around its base, as people sought protection and economic opportunities offered by the lord's patronage, transforming the castle into a catalyst for urban development. The decline of castles as primary military strongholds began with the advent of gunpowder and increasingly powerful artillery in the late medieval and early modern periods, which rendered even the thickest stone walls vulnerable to sustained bombardment. While many castles were adapted for residential use or continued to serve as administrative centers, their strategic military importance waned as new forms of warfare emerged, demanding different types of fortifications. The shift from defensive strongholds to more comfortable, less fortified manor houses reflected a changing political landscape and a reduced need for constant military readiness. Though the architectural legacy of castles continued to inspire later building designs. Despite their eventual decline as military fortifications, castles have left an indelible mark on history and culture, continuing to captivate the imagination with their imposing grandeur and the stories embedded within their ancient stones. They stand as enduring monuments to human ambition, engineering prowess, and the complex social structures of the medieval era, offering invaluable insights into a bygone age. Each surviving castle, whether a majestic ruin or a meticulously preserved edifice, serves as a tangible link to the past, inviting us to ponder the lives of those who built, defended, and lived within their formidable walls, a silent testament to centuries of human drama and resilience. The intricate details of their construction, from the precisely cut ashlar blocks to the robust timber roof trusses, reveal a profound understanding of materials and structural mechanics, showcasing the advanced craftsmanship of medieval builders. The castle's defenses were not solely passive. Active defense played a crucial role, with defenders employing a variety of tactics to repel attackers. Sally ports, small, often hidden gates, allowed defenders to make sudden sorties, surprising besiegers and disrupting their operations, often targeting siege engines or supply lines. Machicolations, projecting stone galleries built into the upper parts of walls and towers, provided openings through which defenders could drop stones, boiling water, or other projectiles directly onto attackers at the base of the wall, creating a deadly vertical defense that complemented the horizontal fire from arrow slits. The construction of a castle was a monumental undertaking, often requiring decades of labor and immense financial resources, drawing upon the skills of specialized craftsmen from across the region. Master masons, highly skilled in stone cutting and architectural design, oversaw the construction, translating the Lord's vision into tangible form, while carpenters, blacksmiths, and laborers worked tirelessly to erect these formidable structures. The sheer scale of these projects reflected the immense power and wealth of the feudal lords who commissioned them, as well as the strategic importance they placed on securing their domains. The castle's water supply was a critical vulnerability and therefore a primary focus of defensive measures, with wells often sunk deep within the keep or inner bailey, sometimes protected by their own small towers. In areas where groundwater was scarce, elaborate cisterns were constructed to collect rainwater, ensuring a continuous supply even during prolonged sieges, a testament to the ingenuity applied to basic survival needs. The strategic placement and protection of these water sources were paramount, as a castle without water could not long withstand a determined siege. The evolution of arrow slits, or loopholes, in castle walls demonstrates a continuous refinement of defensive design, moving from simple vertical openings to more complex cruciform or inverted keyhole shapes. These designs allowed archers a wider field of fire, while minimizing the exposure of the defender, providing a narrow aperture for shooting arrows or crossbow bolts outwards, yet presenting a minimal target for incoming projectiles. The careful angling and splaying of these openings on the inside further maximized the archer's range of movement and accuracy, showcasing a sophisticated understanding of ballistics and defensive geometry. The castle's gatehouse, often the most heavily fortified part of the entire complex, evolved into a self-contained fortress capable of independent defense, even if the rest of the castle was breached. Multiple portcullises, heavy doors, and a series of guard rooms and murder holes created a deadly gauntlet for any attacker attempting to force entry, turning the approach into a killing zone. The strategic placement of flanking towers further enhanced the gatehouse's defensive capabilities, allowing defenders to unleash devastating enfilading fire on any enemy caught in the approach. Beyond the military and administrative functions, castles were also centers of craft and industry, housing workshops for blacksmiths, carpenters, and other artisans who maintained the castle's infrastructure and produced essential goods. The blacksmith's forge, a vital component of any castle, produced and repaired weapons, armor, tools, and countless other iron items necessary for daily life and defense. These workshops not only served the castle's immediate needs, but also often provided services to the surrounding community, further integrating the castle into the local economy. The castle's role in medieval society extended to its function as a symbol of status and prestige, with the grandeur and size of a lord's castle reflecting his wealth, power, and social standing. Elaborate architectural features, such as ornate carvings, decorative battlements, and impressive keeps, were not merely functional, but also served to project an image of authority and dominance to both allies and rivals. The castle became a tangible manifestation of the lord's feudal power, an enduring statement of his claim to the land and its people. The strategic placement of castles often dictated trade routes and controlled access to important resources such as rivers, mountain passes, or fertile agricultural lands, making them crucial economic and logistical hubs. Lords would levy tolls on goods passing through their territory, generating revenue and further solidifying their control over the region, turning the castle into a nexus of commerce and power. This economic leverage further underscored the castle's central role in the medieval landscape, influencing the flow of goods and people across vast territories. The castle's garrison, a permanent military force, was essential for maintaining order, deterring banditry, and projecting the lord's authority throughout his domain. These soldiers, from mounted knights to foot archers, were trained and equipped to defend the castle against external threats and to enforce the lord's laws within his territory, acting as both protectors and enforcers. The discipline and readiness of the garrison were paramount to the castle's security and the stability of the surrounding region, ensuring peace and order under the lord's watchful eye. The architectural features of castles often incorporated elements designed to intimidate as well as defend, with towering keeps and formidable walls projecting an aura of invincibility. The sheer scale and imposing presence of a well-built castle were often enough to deter potential attackers, making a psychological statement of power and resilience. This psychological warfare was an integral part of castle defense, aimed at demoralizing besiegers before a single arrow was even fired. The castle's kitchens, often equipped with specialized ovens for baking bread and roasting large cuts of meat, were designed to feed a substantial population, sometimes hundreds of people, on a daily basis. The logistics of preparing and serving such vast quantities of food required a highly organized staff, from master cooks to scullions, all working in a bustling environment of heat and steam. The provision of sustenance was a continuous and demanding task, essential for the morale and health of the entire castle community. The castle stables, typically located in the outer bailey, housed the lord's war horses and those of his knights, animals that were incredibly valuable and essential for both warfare and travel. These stables were often substantial structures, providing shelter, feed, and care for these magnificent beasts, reflecting their critical importance to the castle's military capabilities and the lord's mobility. The well-being of the horses was as much a concern as the well-being of the soldiers, as they were indispensable assets in medieval warfare. The castle's outer defenses often included a barbican, a fortified outpost or gateway positioned in front of the main gatehouse, designed to provide an additional layer of protection and to funnel attackers into a confined space. This advanced defensive work created a further killing ground, forcing enemies to navigate a complex series of obstacles under fire before even reaching the primary entrance, significantly increasing the difficulty of a frontal assault. The barbican served as a crucial buffer, absorbing the initial shock of an attack and buying valuable time for the main defenses. The castle's evolution also saw the development of specialized towers, such as D-shaped or horseshoe-shaped towers, which offered superior defensive advantages over square towers. Their rounded fronts were more resistant to battering rams and projectiles, as the curved surface would deflect blows rather than absorbing them head-on, while their flat backs provided stable platforms for defenders and incorporated into the curtain wall. This innovative design represented a significant advancement in defensive architecture, enhancing the castle's resilience against increasingly powerful siege weapons. The castle's internal communication system, though rudimentary, was vital for coordinating defenses during an attack, often relying on bells, horns, and runners to convey messages between different parts of the fortress. The ability to quickly alert the garrison, mobilize defenders, and direct resources to threatened areas was critical for an effective defense, highlighting the importance of clear and rapid communication within the complex structure of a castle. This intricate network of communication ensured that every part of the castle could respond swiftly to any threat, maintaining a cohesive and formidable defense. Beyond the immediate concerns of defense and communication, the daily life within a medieval castle unfolded with a structured rhythm, dictated by the varying roles and responsibilities of its inhabitants, from the highest lord to the lowliest servant. The castle, far from being a mere military outpost, functioned as a complex economic and social hub, often serving as the administrative center for the surrounding lands, where justice was dispensed, taxes were collected, and agricultural output was managed. Within its formidable walls, a hierarchical society thrived, each member contributing to the castle's self-sufficiency and operational continuity, making it a microcosm of medieval society itself. The lord and lady, at the apex of this social pyramid, held immense power and prestige, their lives a blend of administrative duties, ceremonial obligations, and the constant vigilance required to maintain their dominion. Their private chambers, often located in the keep or a dedicated residential tower, offered a degree of comfort and privacy that was a stark contrast to the communal living arrangements of most other castle residents. Featuring tapestries for insulation and decoration, and sometimes even rudimentary latrines built into the wall thickness. The Great Hall, however, remained the beating heart of the castle's social and administrative life, a vast open space where meals were shared, justice was meted out, and important guests were received, often filled with the lively chatter of retainers and the clatter of plates. During mealtimes, the lord and lady would preside from a raised dais, signifying their elevated status, while their household, including knights, squires, chaplains, and various servants, would be seated at long tables arranged according to their rank. The food served in the Great Hall, though often hearty and plentiful, varied significantly with the seasons and the castle's location, typically consisting of roasted meats, stews, bread, and ale, with more elaborate dishes reserved for special feasts and celebrations. Entertainment during these gatherings might include minstrels playing lutes and harps, jesters performing comical acts, or storytellers recounting epic tales of chivalry and adventure, all contributing to the vibrant atmosphere of medieval courtly life. Beyond the Great Hall, the castle bustled with activity in its numerous specialized workshops and service areas, each essential for the fortress's operational independence and the well-being of its inhabitants. The kitchen, a separate building or a heavily fortified section within the main structure, was a hive of activity, with cooks and their assistants preparing meals over open fires and in large ovens, utilizing a variety of cooking implements such as spits, cauldrons, and griddles. Nearby, the pantry and buttery stored provisions, including grains, dried meats, cheeses, and barrels of ale and wine, meticulously managed by the pantler and butler to ensure a steady supply for the entire household. The castle's chapel, a sacred space often adorned with religious frescoes and stained glass, served as a spiritual center where daily prayers were offered, masses were celebrated by the castle chaplain, and important religious ceremonies took place, providing spiritual solace and moral guidance to the residents. The armory, another critical component of the castle, housed a vast array of weapons and armor, meticulously maintained by the armorer to ensure that the garrison was always prepared for battle, with racks displaying swords, spears, bows, and crossbows, alongside suits of plate and chainmail armor. Adjacent to the armory, the forge would glow with the heat of the blacksmith's fire, where skilled artisans crafted and repaired tools, weapons, and armor, their rhythmic hammering echoing through the courtyard as they shaped metal with precision and strength. The stables, usually located in the outer bailey, housed the lord's war horses and other mounts, cared for by grooms and stable hands who understood the immense value of these animals in both warfare and travel, ensuring they were always well fed and ready for duty. Furthermore, a castle often included a granary for storing harvested crops, a mews for training falcons and hawks for hunting, and sometimes even a pigeon loft, providing both a source of food and a means of communication. The lord's personal retinue included a diverse array of specialized staff, such as the chamberlain, who managed the lord's personal finances and private apartments, and the seneschal, who oversaw the entire household and administered justice in the lord's absence. The lady of the castle, though often overshadowed by her husband's military and political duties, played an equally vital role in managing the domestic affairs of the castle, overseeing the household staff, supervising the education of her children, and engaging in charitable works. Her responsibilities extended to managing the castle's stores, directing the production of textiles by her handmaidens, and often acting as regent when her husband was away on campaign or pilgrimage, demonstrating significant administrative prowess and authority. The education of noble children within the castle walls was a structured affair, with boys learning martial skills, horsemanship, and courtly etiquette from knights and squires, while girls received instruction in household management, needlework, music, and often Latin or French from the lady and her gentlewomen. The castle's defenses were not solely reliant on its physical structure, but were also deeply intertwined with the training and discipline of its garrison, a permanent force of knights, men-at-arms, and archers who lived and trained within the walls. Knights, the elite warriors of the medieval period, underwent rigorous training from a young age, beginning as pages and then squires, learning swordsmanship, horsemanship, and the codes of chivalry, culminating in their knighting ceremony. These professional soldiers were responsible for patrolling the castle walls, manning the gatehouse, and responding to any immediate threats, their lives dedicated to the defense of their lord and his domain. The archers, wielding longbows or crossbows, were crucial for range defense, capable of unleashing a deadly barrage of arrows upon besieging forces from the safety of the castle's battlements and arrow slits. Beyond the immediate military personnel, a host of skilled craftsmen and laborers contributed to the castle's upkeep and functionality, including masons, carpenters, plumbers, and gardeners, whose continuous efforts ensured the castle remained in good repair. Masons were constantly at work, repairing damaged walls, constructing new additions, or maintaining the structural integrity of existing towers. Their expertise in stonecraft, essential for the castle's longevity. Carpenters fashioned timber for roofs, floors, doors, and furniture, their saws and hammers providing a steady rhythm to the castle's daily soundscape. While plumbers, though their methods were rudimentary, managed the castle's water supply and waste disposal systems. The castle garden, often located within the outer bailey or just outside the walls, provided fresh herbs, vegetables, and sometimes fruit, contributing to the self-sufficiency of the castle and offering a tranquil space amidst the otherwise martial environment. The evolution of castle architecture itself reflects changing military technologies and societal needs, moving from early modern bailey constructions to more sophisticated concentric castles. The modern bailey castle, prevalent in the Norman conquest era, consisted of an artificial mound, moat topped by a wooden tower or keep, surrounded by a palisade and a ditch, with an enclosed courtyard bailey at its base, offering a quick an effective defensive solution. As siege warfare advanced, with the development of more powerful trebuchets and battering rams, wooden structures proved vulnerable, leading to the widespread adoption of stone construction for keeps and curtain walls, significantly increasing their defensive capabilities. The transition to stone castles, beginning in the 11th and 12th centuries, marked a major architectural and engineering leap, requiring immense resources, skilled labor, and decades to complete, but resulting in far more durable and imposing fortresses. The square keeps of early stone castles, such as the Tower of London's White Tower, provided immense strength and living space, but their corners proved to be vulnerable points for sappers and siege engines, leading to innovations in design. The development of round towers and keeps, which offered superior resistance to undermining and deflected projectiles more effectively, became increasingly common in the 13th century, exemplified by castles like Caerphilly in Wales. The concentric castle design, reaching its zenith in the late 13th and early 14th centuries, featured multiple rings of defensive walls, one inside the other, allowing defenders on the inner walls to fire over the heads of those on the outer walls, creating a formidable killing ground for attackers. These concentric designs, often incorporating multiple gatehouses, barbicans, and elaborate ditch systems, represented the pinnacle of medieval defensive architecture, making them incredibly difficult to capture. The strategic placement of castles was paramount, with lords carefully selecting sites that offered natural defensive advantages, such as hilltops, river bends, or coastal cliffs, which reduced the need for extensive artificial fortifications. A castle's location near vital trade routes, fertile agricultural land, or important political boundaries also enhanced its strategic value, allowing its lord to control movement, collect tolls, and project power over a wider region. The construction of a castle was a monumental undertaking involving thousands of laborers, masons, carpenters, and blacksmiths, often spanning decades and consuming vast amounts of resources, reflecting the lord's wealth, power, and long-term commitment to the region. The logistics of transporting massive quantities of stone, timber, and other building materials to often remote construction sites presented significant challenges, requiring organized labor and efficient supply chains. The economic impact of a castle on its surrounding region was profound, stimulating local economies through the demand for building materials, food supplies, and skilled labor, and often fostering the growth of towns and villages around its walls. These nascent towns, benefiting from the castle's protection and the lord's patronage, often developed into thriving market centers, further cementing the castle's role as a regional economic and political anchor. The castle also served as a symbol of authority and stability, projecting the lord's power and deterring potential invaders or rebellious subjects, thereby maintaining order and enforcing justice within his domain. The presence of a strong castle could effectively control a territory, acting as a deterrent to external aggression and a base for military operations, shaping the political landscape of medieval Europe. Beyond their military and administrative functions, castles were also centers of culture and patronage, where art, literature, and music flourished under the sponsorship of noble families. Troubadours and minstrels found employment in castle courts, composing and performing songs and poems that celebrated chivalry, courtly love, and heroic deeds, thereby preserving and disseminating medieval cultural traditions. Illuminated manuscripts, intricate tapestries, and finely crafted jewelry were produced within or for castle households, showcasing the artistic talents of the era and reflecting the aesthetic tastes of the nobility. The castle library, though often modest by modern standards, contained precious books and scrolls, reflecting the Lord's intellectual interests and serving as a repository of knowledge for the household chaplain and scholars. The decline of castles as primary defensive structures began with the advent of gunpowder artillery in the late medieval and early modern periods, as cannon fire could eventually breach even the thickest stone walls. The development of increasingly powerful siege cannons, capable of delivering devastating blows to static fortifications, rendered many traditional castle designs obsolete, prompting a shift towards lower, thicker walls and earthen ramparts that could absorb the impact of cannonballs. This technological revolution in warfare led to the construction of new types of fortifications, such as star forts, which were designed specifically to withstand artillery bombardments, marking a significant departure from medieval castle architecture. However, many castles continued to serve as administrative centers, noble residences, or even prisons long after their military significance waned, adapting to new roles in changing times. Even in their decline, castles retained a powerful symbolic resonance, embodying centuries of history, power, and romance, and whispering their stories softly to those who cared to look and listen. And many were later repurposed or renovated into grand country estates during the Renaissance and subsequent periods. These later transformations often involved extensive architectural modifications, adding larger windows, more comfortable living spaces, and elaborate gardens, transforming grim fortresses into stately homes. The romanticized image of castles, fueled by literature and art, continues to captivate the imagination, evoking tales of knights, princesses, and epic battles, cementing their place in popular culture. Today, many castles stand as magnificent ruins or meticulously preserved historical sites, offering a tangible link to the medieval past and providing invaluable insights into the lives, struggles, and achievements of those who built and inhabited them. The archaeological study of castle sites provides a wealth of information about medieval life, revealing details about construction techniques, daily routines, diet, and social structures through the careful excavation of foundations, refuse pits, and buried artifacts. From fragments of pottery and animal bones to discarded tools and lost coins, each artifact tells a part of the castle's story, allowing historians and archaeologists to reconstruct the past with remarkable precision. The meticulous analysis of architectural remains, including wall thicknesses, tower placements, and gatehouse designs, helps scholars understand the evolution of defensive strategies and the practical challenges of medieval engineering. Furthermore, the study of castle documents, such as building accounts, household inventories, and legal records, complements the archaeological evidence, providing written insights into the financial, administrative, and social aspects of castle life. The legacy of castles extends beyond their physical structures, influencing language, literature, and even modern urban planning, with many European towns still centered around their original castle sites. Terms like keep, bailey, and ward are remnants of castle terminology, still used to describe parts of fortifications or even modern architectural features, underscoring their lasting impact. The enduring allure of castles as symbols of strength, heritage, and fantasy ensures their continued relevance in the collective consciousness, inspiring countless stories, films, and games. These magnificent stone behemoths, once the formidable bastions of medieval power, continue to stand as silent witnesses to a bygone era, their weathered stones whispering tales of sieges, feasts, and the ceaseless rhythm of life within their protective embrace, inviting contemplation of the complex and fascinating history they embody. The intricate design of a castle far from being a mere collection of walls, represented a sophisticated system of layered defenses, meticulously engineered to withstand the most determined assaults of medieval warfare, with each component playing a crucial role in the overall security of the stronghold. One of the primary external defensive features, often encountered first by an approaching enemy, was the moat, a broad, deep ditch usually filled with water, which served as a significant physical barrier, preventing direct access to the castle walls and making the use of siege engines excessively difficult. The construction of a moat involved considerable engineering prowess, as it required not only digging a substantial trench, but also often diverting natural water sources or creating artificial reservoirs to maintain its depth and effectiveness, sometimes even featuring sharpened stakes or other hidden obstacles beneath the water surface to further deter any attempts at crossing. Beyond the watery expanse of the moat, the next line of defense was typically the bygone, an advanced fortified outpost positioned to protect the main gate or drawbridge, often comprising a walled passage, towers, and a gatehouse, designed to funnel attackers into a confined killing zone where they could be assailed from multiple angles. This outer fortification served as a vital buffer, forcing enemies to engage in a preliminary skirmish before they could even reach the primary entrance, thereby expending their resources and revealing their tactics while the main castle remained largely untouched. The bygone's strategic placement allowed defenders to control access points, observe enemy movements, and launch counterattacks or harassing fire with relative safety, making it an indispensable element in the overall defensive strategy of many larger and more complex castles. The drawbridge, an ingeniously designed movable bridge spanning the moat, provided the sole controlled access point to the castle, and its ability to be rapidly raised or lowered offered a critical layer of security, effectively isolating the castle from external threats when retracted. Operated by chains or ropes connected to winches located within the gatehouse, the drawbridge could be quickly pulled up, transforming the entrance into an impassable chasm, thereby denying attackers any straightforward path into the inner sanctum of the fortress. Often, the drawbridge would retract into a recess within the gatehouse itself, or pivot upwards to form an additional protective barrier against the entrance, further reinforcing the impenetrability of the main gate. Immediately behind the drawbridge stood the formidable gatehouse, a heavily fortified structure that served as the primary entrance to the castle, incorporating multiple defensive features such as portcullises, murder holes, and arrow slits, all designed to inflict maximum casualties upon any enemy attempting to breach its defenses. This architectural marvel was not merely a gateway, but a self-contained fortress, often flanked by stout towers and equipped with its own garrison, capable of holding out even if other parts of the castle were compromised. The gatehouse represented a gauntlet through which any attacker would have to pass, facing a barrage of projectiles and obstacles at every turn, making it one of the most perilous points of entry. Within the gatehouse, the portcullis, a heavy vertically dropping grille typically made of wood reinforced with iron, provided a swift and brutal means of sealing off the entrance, often used in conjunction with thick wooden or iron doors to create an impenetrable barrier. These massive grills, often fitted with sharpened spikes along their lower edge, could be dropped rapidly to trap attackers within the gate passage, or to prevent a sudden rush, effectively cutting off any advance and exposing those caught beneath to the defenders' arrows and other projectiles. Multiple portcullises were sometimes installed in series within a single gatehouse, creating a deadly trap where attackers could be isolated between them and then subjected to a devastating assault from above. Above the entrance passage of the gatehouse, murder holes, or machicolations when projecting outwards from the wall, were strategically placed openings through which defenders could drop stones, boiling water, hot sand, or quicklime onto attackers trapped below, creating a truly terrifying and lethal deterrent. These seemingly innocuous holes became conduits of destruction, allowing the castle's inhabitants to unleash a torrent of deadly substances upon those attempting to batter down the doors or force their way through the portcullises, turning the narrow passage into a killing ground. The psychological impact of such defenses was immense, as attackers knew that even if they breached the outer defenses, a perilous gauntlet awaited them within the gatehouse itself. The outer curtain wall, a continuous defensive wall encircling the entire castle, often punctuated by towers and battlements, formed the primary perimeter defense. Its immense height and thickness designed to absorb the impact of siege weaponry and prevent direct scaling. These formidable walls, constructed from quarried stone, were typically several meters thick at their base, tapering slightly towards the top, and their sheer mass provided a robust barrier against battering rams, siege towers, and catapult projectiles. The construction of such extensive walls required enormous labor, resources, and time, often spanning decades or even centuries, reflecting the strategic importance and long-term investment in these defensive structures. Along the top of the curtain walls and towers, battlements, also known as crenellations, provided essential protection for the defenders, consisting of alternating solid sections called merlons and gaps called crenels, allowing archers and crossbowmen to fire upon attackers while remaining largely shielded from return fire. These iconic features of castle architecture were not merely decorative, but served a highly practical military purpose, enabling defenders to effectively engage the enemy from a position of relative safety, maximizing their offensive capabilities while minimizing their vulnerability. The spacing and height of the merlons and crenels were carefully calculated to provide optimal coverage and firing angles for the weaponry of the era. Beyond the immediate defenses, the concept of concentric fortification, where multiple layers of defensive walls were built one inside the other, became a highly effective strategy, particularly exemplified by castles built during the Crusades, such as Croix des Chevaliers, providing an inner and outer ward that attackers had to breach sequentially. This sophisticated design meant that even if the outer wall was compromised, the attackers would then face another equally formidable wall, often higher and stronger, with the inner ward dominating the outer, allowing defenders to rain down fire upon those who had breached the first line. The psychological toll on attackers attempting to overcome such layered defenses was immense, as each successful breach only revealed another, even more daunting obstacle. The baileys or wards, large enclosed courtyards within the castle walls, served as vital operational spaces, housing barracks, stables, workshops, kitchens, and other essential buildings, providing a protected environment for the castle's inhabitants and their activities. The outer bailey, typically the larger of the two, contained the less critical structures and provided space for livestock and non-combatants during a siege, while the inner bailey, more heavily fortified, housed the lord's residence, chapel, and the most important administrative buildings. These wards were bustling communities, self-sufficient microcosms that could sustain themselves for extended periods, making them resilient against prolonged sieges. At the heart of many castles stood the keep or donjon, the strongest and most heavily fortified tower, often serving as the lord's primary residence, a final refuge during a siege, and a symbol of the owner's power, and authority. This massive central tower, typically square or rectangular in early Norman castles, and later evolving into more complex polygonal or round forms, was designed to be virtually impregnable, with immensely thick walls, few windows, and a single, often elevated entrance that could be easily defended. The keep's strategic importance meant it was constructed with the utmost care and engineering skill, often incorporating its own well, chapel, and living quarters, allowing it to function as an independent fortress within a fortress. The living conditions within a castle, particularly for the lord and his family, gradually evolved from the relatively Spartan and utilitarian arrangements of early keeps to more comfortable and elaborate domestic spaces in later medieval periods, reflecting changing societal expectations and architectural advancements. Early keeps, while formidable, were often cold, dark, and draughty, with large open halls serving multiple functions. But as castles transitioned from purely military strongholds to more permanent residences, greater attention was paid to comfort, privacy, and aesthetic appeal. The introduction of fireplaces, glazed windows, and separate chambers for sleeping, dining, and receiving guests marked a significant shift towards more refined living. The Great Hall, a central and imposing chamber within the castle, served as the primary communal space for dining, feasting, receiving guests, holding court, and conducting daily life, reflecting the social hierarchy and communal nature of medieval society. This vast room, often with a high vaulted ceiling and a large fireplace, was the heart of the castle's social and administrative life, where the lord would preside over his household, dispense justice, and entertain his retainers and visitors. The arrangement of tables, often on a raised dais for the lord and his family, clearly delineated social status, with the lowest-ranking members of the household eating furthest from the high table. Feasting within the Great Hall was a significant aspect of castle life, involving elaborate meals, entertainment by minstrels and jesters, and the consumption of vast quantities of food and drink, serving both as a social gathering and a demonstration of the lord's wealth and generosity. These elaborate banquets were not merely about sustenance, but were carefully orchestrated events designed to impress guests, reinforce alliances, and display the lord's power and prestige, with multiple courses of roasted meats, game, fish, and elaborate pastries, all washed down with copious amounts of ale and wine. The preparation of such feasts required a large and skilled kitchen staff, working in often separate kitchen blocks to minimize the risk of fire to the main castle. Sanitation in medieval castles, while rudimentary by modern standards, involved various methods such as garderobes, which were essentially latrines built into the thickness of the walls, often discharging directly into the moat or a cesspit below, providing a basic but functional waste disposal system. These small, often unheated chambers, typically equipped with a wooden seat, offered a degree of privacy and were strategically placed to ensure waste was carried away from the main living areas, though their effectiveness varied greatly depending on the castle's design and location. The presence of a dedicated garderobe was a mark of a castle's relative sophistication and attention to the comfort of its inhabitants. Water supply was a critical consideration for any castle, especially during a siege, and involved sophisticated engineering to ensure a reliable source, often through deep wells dug within the inner bailey, rainwater collection systems, or even underground aqueducts. A well within the castle walls was paramount, as it provided an independent water source that could not be easily contaminated or cut off by besieging forces, sometimes reaching depths of hundreds of feet and requiring immense effort to construct. In some coastal or riverside castles, a postern gate might provide secret access to an external water source. Though this was a vulnerable point that required constant vigilance. The castle garrison, comprising knights, men-at-arms, archers, and various support staff, formed the defensive force responsible for protecting the castle and its inhabitants, with their numbers and composition varying based on the castle's size, strategic importance, and the lord's wealth. Knights, the elite warriors, often formed the core of the fighting force, equipped with heavy armor, swords, and lances, while men-at-arms provided a more numerous contingent of infantry, and archers, particularly longbowmen or crossbowmen, were crucial for ranged defense from the battlements. The daily routine of the garrison involved training, maintaining weapons and armor, standing guard, and participating in patrols, ensuring a constant state of readiness. Siege warfare, the ultimate test of a castle's defenses, involved a complex array of offensive tactics and machinery designed to breach walls, starve out defenders, or force surrender, presenting a formidable challenge to even the strongest fortresses. Besiegers would employ various strategies, including circumvallation, building a wall around the castle to cut off supplies, mining, digging tunnels under walls to collapse them, and bombardment with trebuchets and catapults, which could hurl massive stones or incendiary materials over considerable distances. The psychological warfare was also intense, with both sides attempting to demoralize the other through displays of strength, threats, and sometimes even gruesome acts. The trebuchet, a powerful counterweight siege engine, represented a significant technological advancement in medieval warfare, capable of launching projectiles weighing hundreds of pounds over long distances with devastating force, making it a primary weapon against castle walls. This sophisticated machine, often assembled on site, used a massive counterweight to generate immense kinetic energy, propelling stones, diseased animal carcasses, or even captured prisoners over the castle walls, causing structural damage and spreading fear and disease among the besieged. The range and destructive power of the trebuchet made it one of the most feared siege weapons of its time, capable of slowly but surely dismantling even the most robust fortifications. Mining, a covert and highly dangerous siege tactic, involved digging tunnels beneath the castle walls or towers with the aim of undermining their foundations, often by propping up the excavated earth with timber supports and then setting them alight, causing the structure above to collapse. This painstaking and perilous work required skilled engineers and laborers who would dig in secrecy, often under constant threat of countermining by the defenders, who would listen for digging sounds and attempt to intercept the enemy tunnels. A successful mine could create a breach in the wall, allowing attackers to storm the castle, or simply collapse a tower, significantly weakening the defenses. The development of gunpowder and artillery in the late medieval period marked a pivotal turning point in castle design and warfare, rendering many traditional stone fortifications increasingly vulnerable to cannon fire and leading to a gradual decline in their military effectiveness. Early cannons, though cumbersome and unreliable, demonstrated the potential to shatter stone walls that had previously been considered impregnable, forcing castle builders to adapt their designs by creating thicker, lower walls, rounded towers, and earthworks to absorb the impact of cannonballs. This technological shift ultimately led to the obsolescence of the high, fortified stone castles, and the gradual shift towards more open field fortifications that could better withstand artillery fire. Thin walls of earlier castles, paving the way for star forts and other artillery-resistant fortifications. Despite the rise of gunpowder, castles continued to be built and adapted, particularly in areas of ongoing conflict or as symbols of power and prestige, with some later examples incorporating features like gun loops and artillery platforms, demonstrating a transitional phase in military architecture. While their primary defensive role diminished, castles retained their value as administrative centers, noble residences, and strategic strongpoints, and their enduring presence reflects a complex interplay of military necessity, social status, and architectural innovation throughout the medieval and early modern periods. The evolution of castle design, from simple motte and bailey structures to elaborate concentric fortresses, represents a continuous response to changing military technologies and societal needs, showcasing the ingenuity and adaptability of medieval builders. The role of castles in shaping the landscape and economy of medieval Europe was profound, acting as centers of trade, administration, and justice, attracting settlements and fostering the growth of towns and cities around their protective walls. The presence of a castle provided security for surrounding communities, encouraging agricultural development and commerce as merchants and artisans were drawn to the protected environment and the patronage of the Lord. Many modern European towns and cities can trace their origins directly back to the settlements that grew up in the shadow of a medieval castle, demonstrating their lasting impact on urban development and regional prosperity. The symbolism of castles extended far beyond their practical military function, representing the Lord's status, wealth, and authority, serving as tangible manifestations of feudal power and the hierarchical structure of medieval society. A grand and imposing castle conveyed a clear message of dominance and permanence, projecting an image of unshakable power to both allies and rivals, and its construction was often a deliberate act of political statement. The sheer scale and architectural grandeur of these structures were designed to inspire awe and respect, reinforcing the Lord's position at the apex of the social order and solidifying his control over his lands and people. The decline of castles as primary military strongholds did not signify their complete disappearance, but rather a transformation in their purpose, with many being converted into stately homes, administrative centers, or even prisons, while others fell into ruin, becoming romanticized vestiges of a bygone era. As central governments grew stronger and warfare evolved, the need for private fortresses diminished, and many castles were either abandoned, repurposed for civilian use, or deliberately dismantled to prevent their use by rebellious factions. However, their architectural legacy and cultural significance endured, captivating imaginations for centuries to come. The preservation and restoration of historic castles in modern times represent a dedicated effort to safeguard these magnificent structures, allowing future generations to explore their rich history, appreciate their architectural beauty, and understand the lives of those who built and inhabited them. Organizations and governments worldwide invest heavily in archaeological research, structural conservation, and public access initiatives, recognizing the immense cultural and educational value of these ancient fortresses. Through careful restoration, these stone giants continue to tell their stories, offering a tangible link to the past and inspiring a deeper appreciation for the ingenuity and resilience of medieval civilization. The ongoing archaeological discoveries at castle sites continually reveal new insights into medieval life, from the daily routines of servants to the elaborate rituals of nobility, shedding light on aspects of history that written records often overlook. Excavations uncover artifacts such as pottery, tools, weapons, and even food remains, providing a detailed picture of the material culture, diet, and social customs of castle inhabitants, enriching our understanding of their complex world. Each newly unearthed fragment contributes to a more complete and nuanced narrative of these formidable structures and the people who lived within their protective embrace, further deepening our connection to the past. The enduring fascination with castles in popular culture, from literature and art to film and video games, underscores their powerful symbolic resonance as archetypal settings for tales of heroism, romance, intrigue, and adventure, perpetuating their mystique for a global audience. These magnificent stone behemoths, once the formidable bastions of medieval power, continue to stand as silent witnesses to a bygone era, their weathered stones whispering tales of sieges, feasts, and the ceaseless rhythm of life within their protective embrace, inviting contemplation of the complex and fascinating history they embody. Their towering silhouettes against the horizon evoke a sense of timeless grandeur, a testament to human ambition and ingenuity, forever etched into the collective imagination as symbols of strength, heritage, and fantasy. As the sun dipped below the battlements, casting long, dramatic shadows across the inner bailey, the daily rhythm of a medieval castle would shift from the bustling activity of daylight to the more contained and watchful vigilance of night. A transition marked by the closing of the massive gates and the raising of the formidable drawbridge, severing the immediate connection between the castle and the potentially hostile world beyond its thick walls. This intricate mechanism, often a heavy timber platform hinged at the castle end and lowered across a moat or ditch, was a primary defensive feature, its movement controlled by robust chains or ropes operated from within the gatehouse, a fortified structure designed to protect the entrance and house the portcullis. The portcullis itself, a heavy gridded barrier, typically made of wood, reinforced with iron and sharpened at the bottom, would be lowered from above, sliding down grooves in the gatehouse walls to provide a second, often impenetrable, layer of defense, effectively sealing the castle against intruders once darkness fell. Within the castle walls, the flickering glow of rushlights and beeswax candles would begin to illuminate the great hall, the heart of communal life, where lords, ladies, knights, and servants gathered for their evening meal, a time for both sustenance and social interaction, often accompanied by music, storytelling, or the planning of the next day's affairs. The Great Hall, a vast, high-ceilinged chamber, was not merely a dining area, but a multi-purpose space where justice was dispensed, important guests were received, and even some members of the household might sleep on straw pallets near the warmth of the central hearth, a testament to the practical and often crowded nature of medieval living. The walls of these halls were frequently adorned with tapestries, not only for their decorative beauty, depicting scenes of chivalry, hunting, or religious narratives, but also for their practical purpose of insulating the stone walls, helping to retain what little heat the roaring fires could generate in the often drafty interiors. Beyond the Great Hall, the private chambers of the Lord and Lady, known as the Solar and the Lady's Bower, respectively, offered a degree of privacy and comfort not found in the more communal areas, often featuring fireplaces, window seats, and perhaps even rudimentary latrines built into the wall, known as garderobes, which discharged waste directly into the moat or a cesspit below. These garderobes, while primitive by modern standards, represented a significant advancement in sanitation for their time, providing a dedicated space for personal hygiene, even if their effectiveness in odor control was often limited. The castle's chapel, a sacred space usually located within the keep or a dedicated wing, would also be lit, offering a quiet sanctuary for prayer and reflection, its stained glass windows, if present, casting ethereal patterns of colored light across the stone floors as the candles flickered. The daily lives of knights within these fortified dwellings were a blend of rigorous training, military readiness, and social duties. Their days often beginning with early morning prayers, followed by weapons practice in the bailey, honing their skills with swords, lances, and bows, essential for both defense and offensive campaigns. These training sessions were not merely physical exercises, but a continuous refinement of the martial arts, ensuring that the castle's defenders were always prepared for potential sieges or skirmishes, their armor gleaming faintly in the torchlight during night watches. The armor itself, evolving from simple chainmail to complex plate armor over the centuries, was a marvel of medieval engineering, designed to protect the wearer from various forms of attack while still allowing for a degree of mobility, though its weight and bulk made prolonged exertion challenging. Castle defenses extended far beyond the drawbridge and portcullis, incorporating a sophisticated array of architectural features designed to deter and repel attackers, including machicolations, stone projections built out from the tops of walls and towers, with openings through which defenders could drop stones, boiling water, or other projectiles onto enemies below. Arrow slits, narrow vertical openings in the walls, allowed archers to fire upon attackers with a degree of protection, their design often flaring inwards to give the archer a wider field of vision while presenting a minimal target to those outside. The concentric castle design, exemplified by structures like Caerphilly Castle, featured multiple rings of walls, each providing an additional layer of defense, meaning that even if an outer wall was breached, attackers would face another formidable barrier, often overlooked by higher towers and walls, creating a deadly killing ground between the layers. The construction of these monumental structures was an immense undertaking, requiring vast resources of labor, materials, and time, often spanning decades or even centuries, with generations of masons, carpenters, and laborers contributing to their creation. Stone, the primary building material for most enduring castles, was quarried locally whenever possible, then transported, shaped, and meticulously fitted together by skilled craftsmen. Their tools often simple chisels, hammers, and levers, yet their precision was remarkable. The sheer scale of these projects necessitated sophisticated logistical planning, from feeding and housing the workforce to managing the supply chains for timber, iron, and other essential components, all contributing to the castle's ultimate strength and longevity. Even the seemingly mundane aspects of castle life, such as water supply and waste management, were ingeniously addressed within the constraints of medieval technology, with wells often dug deep within the castle walls to provide a secure source of fresh water during a siege, and elaborate systems of drains and conduits managing rainwater runoff. The castle kitchens, bustling hubs of activity, were typically located in a separate building or a distinct wing to minimize the risk of fire spreading to the main residential areas, equipped with large hearths, ovens, and spits capable of preparing meals for hundreds of people, reflecting the castle's role as a self-sufficient community. The provision of food was a constant concern, with storerooms and cellars filled with grains, salted meats, cheeses, and preserved fruits, ensuring that the inhabitants could withstand long periods of isolation if besieged, a testament to the foresight embedded in their design. The evolution of castle architecture was a continuous response to advancements in siege warfare, with early moat and bailey castles, characterized by a wooden or stone tower on an earthen mound, moat, and a fortified courtyard, bailey, gradually giving way to more complex stone structures that could better withstand increasingly powerful siege engines like trebuchets and battering rams. The transition from wooden palisades to thick stone curtain walls, from simple square keeps to more resilient round towers that deflected projectiles more effectively, illustrates a relentless architectural arms race, each innovation in defense prompting a new method of attack and vice versa. These enduring fortresses, with their intricate defenses and self-contained communities, were not merely military strongholds, but also centers of administration, justice, and culture, shaping the political and social landscape of medieval Europe for centuries. Their silent stones still holding the echoes of their vibrant, complex past.